Good morning, Magic fans, and thank you for joining us here on day 2, finals day of the Australian 7-point Highlander National Championships, coming to you from CANCON in our great capital of Canberra. I'm Thomas Anderson. Joining me on the broadcast today, as you did yesterday, is Molly Rowe. How are you, Molly?
I'm thrilled to be here. Everyone's gone home and gotten a good night's sleep and is fresh and ready to go, and we are super excited to see what happens in this top 8. We have 7 unique decks in this top 8, which is just an incredible turnout. We've got 8 incredible players, all of whom went at least 6-1-1 yesterday in the Swiss of 8 full rounds.
Yeah, a brutal cut. Like, again, as you say, even 2 losses enough to have you, squeezed out of contention. And even right now, final coverage match, we saw Maya Phillips Mystery, who is lucky enough to cruise into our 7th slot here, playing against Joshua Lowe. They had an unintentional draw at a time, just both playing grindy blue decks. It was a great match. Go back and watch the VOD. But because of that draw, Maya on breakers sneaks into 7th. Josh, very unfortunately, comes 9th, does not make day 2. That is the line that divides our top competitors here. But these 8 absolutely worthy, and as you said, a ton of unique decks, really showing the variety and depth of the 7-point format.
Yeah, all of these individuals worked so hard to be where they are today, and they're about to get the opportunity to fight it out for this incredible trophy that we can see right here. So for those playing along at home, this is the trophy that goes into posterity. If you are lucky enough to win the actual 7-point national championship for Highlander, you will go onto this trophy and your name will be inscribed on it forever. You also get to take home a little token of your win that you get to keep forever as well, which will be engraved with your name. And no doubt go straight onto your trophy shelf.
Yeah, all the players in the top 8 met up earlier this morning, of course, for the judges' meeting and some top 8 photos. The spirits were high, and the spirit of camaraderie is strong, even with all that's on the line. The pride, the bragging rights, the Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale that goes to first place.
Guy's Cradle for number 2.
Yeah, right. But everyone is just excited, 1, to be a part of this competition, which is so prestigious amongst the Australian Magic community, and 2, to play against some of the very best players in the country. Like, no one is questioning that these are some of the best players in any format. They're on incredibly skill-testing decks.
Yep.
And I'm really excited to see how the matchups in the top 8 unfold, because as we said, lots of different archetypes. The pairings and the seedings really matter.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better, Tom. Represented in this field, we've got people like Chung, whose name is on this trophy 3 times already, 3 times national champion, as well as people like Mr. Judas, who recently took down a Black Lotus event.
On a killer hot streak of results right now. Like, there is not a hotter player in Australian Magic than Matthew Judas.
Yeah, absolutely. And, incredible other names there as well that we're super excited to see what they bring to the table. 7 different unique decks, as I already said, which just means that, as Tom said, these matchups, these pairings, the standings that you came into the top 8 at will determine who you're playing in these quarterfinals rounds, and they are single elimination in terms of making it to the championship position.
Yeah, and some of these players we did have the good fortune to see yesterday, so we will have already seen, if you were tuning in on day 1 for our Swiss rounds, Thomas Bott, another just storied name in Australian Magic, and consistent high placer in Highlander tournaments, playing, of course, bots. But Jake Savage, we did not get to see, made it through the Swiss on White, Black, Death and Taxes, which is not an unknown deck, but not a deck that is often played or that really seemed to even be
makes it to those high tables. Yeah,
not even really the most popular form of taxes in this current metagame, but proved to be the one that got there. Also, even within the deck, some really interesting card choices I'm excited to talk about. We also have another perennial Highlander phenom, Lachlan Saunders, on, was it Druidic Breach Bond?
Druidic Breach Bond, yeah.
Yeah, a customarily absurd deck and deck name. If we do, I'm not going to say I'm excited to break that deck down, but it's a real skill tester even for us on commentary. So all sorts of exciting things, representing some of the greatest players and teams in Australian Magic. Here we are with our first quarterfinal. The other quarterfinals, for reasons of time, will be played concurrently. So we're not going to see all of the other matchups, but like we said, we already saw a lot of those decks, and we will be bringing you both semi-finals and, of course, the grand finals in full here on the stream. So we've got a lovely afternoon of Magic planned out. We hope you stay with us.
I can't wait. I'm also really excited that we finally get to see Jake on coverage. We haven't seen this Orzhov Death and Taxes, so Black-White Death and Taxes he's brought to the table. And we managed to cover the only loss that Thomas Bott suffered yesterday in the Swiss. So Thomas, our number 1 seed, coming into the Swiss on 7-1 on a total of 21 points, our number 1 seed. And we managed to capture his only only loss on camera in the coverage booth yesterday.
It was a close loss and to 3-time Nationals champion Justin Chung on Demir Thoracle. So, not a dishonourable loss by any means, but we are sorry to Thomas for making him look bad relative to his absolutely overpowering results against the rest of the field. This bots deck, it is fearsome stuff, right? It's a largely colorless but green-white artifact kind of aggro deck. I would say it's one of the fairer artifact decks compared to the different Zerda combo lists we saw yesterday. This deck merely makes a lot of mana instead of infinity mana.
Yeah, it's the slightly fairer version of those Zerda lists, but does definitely have two avenues. Can either take the role of the aggressive aggro player, but also can take the a slightly more kind of combo off route to just trigger everything in that one turn and swing in for lots of damage.
Well, the thing that I like about the deck is that it sort of resembles how legacy aggro decks are often built, where if you're just playing creatures and attacking, that is not quick enough against a significant proportion of opponents. You just will not outrace something like Storm. So you need an extra element in your deck. And for some decks, that is having a combo yourself. For some decks, that's getting to play hand disruption and stack disruption like Force of Will and Thoughtseize. But if you're green, white, and colorless as your three sort of pillars of your deck, you don't really get those things. So Thomas Bot settles into more of a prison or stompy role with cards like Trinisphere to preemptively slow down other decks, and then when they are already slowed down or being forced to pay more mana for spells, this deck, which naturally generates so much mana from Urza's lands or from cards like Gemstone Captains or Gaia's Cradle, it naturally pays through these effects and plays better in that kind of board state. It'll
be interesting to see how those prison or control elements of Tom's deck actually interact with, the archetype that is being run by Jake Savage, which is Death and Taxes. That's his game.
Yeah, and so
a Soul Ring to start, very powerful for Tom Bot, but immediately mental misstepped by Jake Savage. That is something I wouldn't let resolve either if I were in Jake's seat.
No, I'd love to counterspell several points of my opponent's deck, but that's barely going to slow down Thomas Bot. I will stop. I won't go through the whole list right now. I'll say I am a white-black Death and Taxes player in different formats, including 7-point. I really like Jake's list. He's made the difficult decision after the pointing of Barragoyf to cut Reanimate and is instead playing that mental misstep and the point for Barragoyf. Seems like it's already paid off here, as well as obviously being the player who made it through the Swiss. Just some really discrete choices. Obviously, there's a lot of cards you'd expect to have in a list like this, but a few that are more flex slots, and clearly Jake's choices have been more correct than not.
We were debating this prior to the stream, looking at this deck list of going, wow, taking Reanimator out is really relevant in this Death and Taxes deck where you don't really have the targets. There's nothing in your deck that you're really keen to reanimate. It's not your combo. So taking out that two-pointed card and being able to side in something, to slot in something like Mental Misstep and then the Barragoyf is just a really good meta choice, I think. And we saw that pay off. That Soul Ring would have been an incredibly explosive start for Tom Bot.
This is definitely a deck where you're playing cards based on having a high floor and hoping that the sum of their parts and their consistency means that you can kind of create a disruptive board state and always do what you're trying to do, while maybe forcing your opponent to stumble. So it's kind of similar to the Trinisphere, Lodestone, Golem parts of Thomas Bot's deck. Obviously, Thomas's deck does go a lot bigger. You are playing lands that generate way more mana. You're playing creatures that are hugely larger than anything in Jake's deck. But those elements are then themselves vulnerable to disruption.
Yeah, we've seen some slightly fast mana. Not as fast as Soul Ring, but some medium fast mana coming in.
Only a Mana Rock, Tornus' Candelabra, and Gaia's Cradle in play right now. Merely that.
Merely slightly fair things.
Yeah.
And, we talked about Gaia's Cradle quite a lot in the Swiss yesterday, but currently unpointed. A card that is maybe playing above its average in terms of the impact that it has on given boards.
Yeah, I'm not a member of the committee, nor do I pretend to be, but I think there's some interesting reads you can make on the state of the format and what's strong and what's not. That Gaia's Cradle, this premier green creature deck card, is not pointed, and we're still not seeing green creature decks really do a lot with it.
Yep.
But there are different artifact lists that people keep playing, which are finding room to fit in Gaia's Cradle alongside the two-pointed Tolarian Academy as a second or another really big mana source, and it's performing there. So the card Gaia's Cradle, still great.
Yep.
Green or elves and little guys, not a strong time for them.
Yeah, and not the way that you were expecting to see a Gaia's Cradle. We've just got to an accidental shuffle.
Who has not been there before, unfortunately, Jake?
Yeah.
A Skyclave Apparition falls out of Jake's deck, which, of course, is meant to be there. Just a shuffling mishap. But I like the cards that Jake has in play. How much have you seen of Cecil in this format?
In this format, almost none.
Okay, in general, then.
Okay. A powerhouse of Standard right now.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so occurring in a lot of the Dimir coloured decks alongside you know, our favourite flashy planeswalker with ninjutsu, Kaito.
Yeah, I guess any one drop's pretty good in that deck.
Yes, and just you know, alongside things like our bat that raids hands. It's just powerhouse for Standard at the moment. So it's really interesting to kind of see it in this deck, but I think it actually finds a really good home there in that Death and Taxes deck.
I'm sure all Death and Taxes players are taking a sort of empathetic side with me there as you watch a Mother of Runes in play, and I was about to say this is going to protect Cecil and really let it run away with the game. It's like, Kozilek's Command, the colorless removal spell, of course. Giver of Runes here could bail you out. Mother of Runes, this is like the one thing that card can't do.
Yeah,
the best white creature ever printed does have a few downsides.
Oh, wow. What a bold claim, Tom.
I would like to hear your counterfactual if Mother of Runes isn't that.
Give me a minute.
get back to me on that one. Especially in formats where you can have 4 mothers, the best card.
Yeah, okay.
Still pretty good here too. Archon of Emiria also pretty great.
Pretty solid.
Especially against an opponent who relies on such explosive mana turns where it's like, I'll play this card, tap it for mana, play this card. Archon of Emiria is like, whoa, slow down there, buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
We like to play our spells simple around here. Just 1 per turn if you please. Also, if you can put those lands on the battlefield sideways, that would make me feel a lot better.
Yeah, I'd appreciate you slowing down.
Candelabra offsets some of that, and Thomas's deck can use a lot of mana to cast one really enormous spell. Cards like not just Walking Ballista, which is a bit more common, but stuff like Clown Car, which I love to see in the format, are great mana sinks if you're only allowed 1 big thing a turn.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, and you know, Candelabra. Once Tom is starting to generate the go wide bodies that this deck is known for in terms of the different constructs and the different small artifact creatures that it can create, that Guy's Cradle and the ability for the Candelabra to untap it multiple times will be like super valuable. A
brutal spot here as more colorless interaction hits the stack, and. Yeah, Thomas Bot here, drawing well into that Mother of Runes. That is one of the newer Eldrazi spells. We are seeing more Eldrazi spawn get made here. And now Jake Savage, I mean, we don't know what he has left in hand, but it was already kind of a slow start for him. And after having multiple Hate Bears removed, this is a deck that relies on kind of building up a board state. Yeah. Where like each effect overlaps. The Mother of Runes protects the Archon. The Archon stops your opponent doing too much big stuff. When they try and do something, you misstep it. But once those pieces start to fall apart, any new piece you deploy is more vulnerable. And, you know, it doesn't take long for Thomas's deck to clock you either, as we see a classic clock card, Lodestone Golem. It's kind of both halves of the deck at once. It is both a large creature and a pretty prohibitive prison piece.
Exactly, a prison piece. Lodestone Golem, it's been good for a long time. There's a reason it still turns up in Cube. It's just a good card.
Yeah.
But you're definitely right. Like, Jake is requiring synergy from a lot of different cards. Unfortunately, currently just rocking 2 cards in hand, and is probably going to find it difficult to you know, interact with this very rapidly growing board from Tombot.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal. I was double checking the list. Those are the only 2 like colorless removal spells that Thomas has, main deck at least, that aren't unless sorry, other than Walking Ballista, which isn't the main. But to have both the Command and the Confluence into Mother of Runes, Thomas must be feeling pretty good. I mean, the deck's full of good cards. It's not like, oh, how do you draw your only powerful thing? But that was a pretty specific set of powerful things. And
that was exactly what he needed. Yeah.
Now you're free to just go nuts.
Yeah.
So that's Scrawling Crawler, I believe, hitting the table, which is actually quite a modest creature by this deck standards, but it will add to the clock and it will help. Like, both players drawing cards, Thomas's top decks are a lot better than Jake's, and you have the mana to play all of them. So.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot slowing down Thomas Bot right now. Jake Savage's list, I don't think any main board sweepers.
No, not in the white-black list. Really, the only thing you could qualify as a sweeper, like there's some removal, but it's mostly just these little creatures and then maybe a Force of Despair in the side, which only qualifies as a sleeper if you really squint.
Yep.
Sweeper, rather. It is a sleeper. Not many people on that card, but...
A sleeper sweeper.
Anyway, Thomas Bot does not have to fear that in game 1. It is open deck list now, by the way. I think that's
It is.
relevant to mention again. Yesterday, it was closed deck list. We did get to see exciting moments like that surprising main deck stifle out of our Blue Moon player in the final round.
I heard back, sorry, from the, as we mentioned from the commentary desk, we can't hear what the players are saying to each other, but when that stifle did come down, Maya's response was, "That's awesome."
Yeah, it was in game 2, so Maya was like a little bit more prepared for it, but like thought it was maybe consigned, but like actual factual stifle. Anyway, we've got a fatal push here. Jake Savage saying, okay, well, if something's hit the graveyard, I get to target up to a 4-cost creature. Why? I'll take that Lodestone Golem that's inhibiting my play patterns.
Yeah, please and thank you. Although that fatal push costing 3.
Well, I mean, I guess if you have nothing else to play, at least that's something to spend your mana on. It's a spot where Jake is just hoping to make the way clearer for any future top deck. I'm just not sure what the top deck could be. An Overlord of the Baelmerk's like your biggest, most impactful draw if you drew a 5th mana to hardcast it.
I was about to say it's still impending at this point with, based on mana though, so...
Yeah, I think you kind of need a sequence of draws here. There is something to say, now that Thomas's graveyard has some creatures in it, the deck doesn't play Reanimate anymore because that's 2 whole points and you need those, but you do still play Animate Dead and Emperor of Bones.
Yes.
So there are ways where you can kind of, and I think this is half of what Reanimate does when people do play it in the white-black deck. You don't have amazing targets. Maybe you can cycle a Troll of Khazad Doom or something. It's largely there because a lot of people have juicy targets of theirs that you can pinch.
Yeah, that's it. And, that's quite valuable in these 7-point Highlander decks. There's rarely a deck where there isn't something that you might not want. Although, notable exceptions being the Thoracle deck that we've been watching all of yesterday on stream as well.
There's some decks where they're usually, like, there's almost no game state where there's a creature in your graveyard, and even if there is, it's one that doesn't do much. So
isn't worth reanimating. Yeah.
No.
Definitely a good choice in my personal opinion, and it's showing out in Jake's record up until now for getting to the top 8 that was a good choice of point allocation for this Death and Taxes deck.
And I mean, it's not as though reanimating one of your 3 mana creatures is that bad an idea. Yeah, you can get a lot done by reanimating something like Flickerwisp just for the chain of effects it often sets off. Unfortunately, as I said, it is a sum of its parts deck. So like Flickerwisp with a Failure in play, Flickerwisp with a Solitude in play. All of these lines do a ton. Flickerwisp by itself removes the spawn token?
Yep. Exactly, yeah. And, looking at Jake's list and his mana base, we're not expecting a Splinter Twin anytime soon, so...
I wish. No sudden combos at all in this white-black deck. It is getting it done the fair way, just smacking in with little creatures. So, the closest thing you have to a combo is playing an impending Overlord of the Baelmerk and then attacking with a Failure and flickering it into play as a 5/5.
Yep.
That feels pretty good.
It does feel good.
But, like, you are now so far behind. It feels like Thomas is on turn 100 and you're still on turn 3.
Yeah, Jake Savage sitting here on 9 life right now. Watching Tom draw cards and continue to play things out of his hand, which is not a luxury that Jake is doing. You can see arms crossed, no cards in hand, just drawing off the top of his library right now.
I think this is arguably the worst case scenario, but I think this is the kind of game that most people imagine that turns them off playing like a fair creature deck like Death and Taxes into this format. Your opponents are allowed to do such crazy unheralded things, in 7-point Highlander, and you're still here casting, 2 mana 2/2s, 3 mana 3/1 flyers, and just hoping that does it.
Yeah.
And your opponent drew 1, 2 interactive cards, not even close to the best cards in their deck, and just kind of ripped you apart, and you're still rebuilding turns later because you don't have the advantage engine that other decks like Grixis have, or the explosive potential of a deck like Nadu, where you would still be in a spot where that's okay. If I draw the right card and then the right card the next turn, I can still win. Exactly.
Yeah, there's no real combo pieces that are going to dig Jake out of being on 9 life and facing down a handful of cards from Thomas Bot.
Yeah, I guess against a deck like Grixis, you might hope that your own prison cards would like grind them to a halt, but unfortunately Thomas's deck is built to play in these sorts of adverse environments or pay a lot of mana for spells, and you've kind of now turned the screws on the Taxes deck with one of the most powerful Taxes cards in Trinisphere.
Yeah, and look, I want to point out that once you reach the top 8, these games become untimed, right? So
yes.
From Jake Savage's perspective, there is no benefit to picking up your cards and going to game 2 without making your opponent kill you.
Yeah, the only benefit would be psychological, I guess, because there also isn't the imperative to see more of their deck.
Correct. Unless it's also now known. Yep.
Unless you want to see your opponent's play patterns. Like you might be interested in seeing what is Thomas doing in this situation, what win cons is he trying to play for, which of my spells does he prioritize removing. But a lot of that information is so situational that I think it's a player-to-player thing. What makes you feel better? Do you feel better playing it out every game, and that's kind of a mental mindset you build up that keeps you consistent, keeps you level? Or if you're the kind of player who tilts easily or just wants to conserve your mental energy for the later rounds, you might be like, I know when I'm beat and I trust my deck, let's go game 2.
If I've made the top 8 and I can't win this championship without winning this match, I'm making my opponent kill me, and I'm drawing every possible card before that happens. So,
I mean, I can't argue with that.
We did see Jake Savage actually draw a Surveil land and keep the card on top, so
Okay.
I'm going to be really interested to see what he's kept in his library.
I'm really interested to see what in the deck beats Cityscape Leveler.
Yeah.
Because that card is quite a... I mean, the nicest thing I can say about Cityscape Leveler is I look at that and go, well, if I can somehow kill that and then reanimate it, that might be my single best way to get back in the game because it does so much. But I'm sure Thomas is unafraid.
But one card at a time is not how Jake chains together a winning position here from 9 life against that Cityscape Leveler.
Especially when Thomas is effectively able to draw more than one card a turn with that Mystic Forge. Like every axis is pointing Thomas's way, and Jake passes the turn back. So whatever card was left on top there either didn't anticipate the Leveler, maybe it was something to combo with the Flicker Wisp, or Jake is trying to play possum and has some sort of stick removal spell. Maybe the Feed the Cycle that is in his deck. It's a pretty cool unconditional piece of removal that you could use to take out the Leveler there. Serum Powder for Thomas. Love to see that in 7-point.
Amazing. Okay.
The on-command mulligan card. But I guess when you have this much colorless mana, why not? You're like, yeah, I'll play a 3-mana rock with upside.
Sounds good to me. I mean, that's what this deck does. It wants to play more and more artifacts, make sure your constructs are as big as humanly possible, or constructly possible.
And, you know, we've talked about how important mulligans can be in a format where every card is so powerful and some cards are disproportionately more powerful than others. So getting a higher percentage of nut draws effectively by getting to re-roll your hands with Serum Powder in them is pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And we've seen a Thran Spider come down. There's multiple Power Stones on the field for Jake Savage, at least augmenting mana, as long as he's only casting artifact spells or activating abilities.
Some artifacts in the deck, I'm sure, probably... No, actually, Jake isn't... Oh, well, Jake's on the One Ring, but not on Skull Clamp, it seems like, which is really an interesting choice. Like, not only not playing the Reanimate package, not playing the, you know, Skull Clamp, Cloud, other equipment package. I mean, the importance of equipment has dwindled over the years. I feel like a lot of people are off cards like Stoneforge Mystic, which feels like sacrilege.
It does feel like sacrilege, but also, like...
You've got to cut something, I suppose.
I'm not sure I could ever bring myself to play a deck that doesn't have a Skull Clamp in it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it do a lot already on coverage this tournament, but Jake's the one in the top 8, so we trust his decisions.
We certainly do.
Thomas here, Everflowing Chalice on to just kind of using mana to make more mana, now tapping Jeweled Amulet, playing a Mox Opal off the top. Jake still waiting to see how he will die, but it could be as simple as attack you with my enormous construct. Swords to Plowshares on that construct will buy Jake some time, but denies either player the chance to get that card back from the graveyard, so... You know, if that was my sort of hypothetical for how Jake might play his way back into the game, forget about that part.
Yeah. It's, and, you know, from Jake's perspective here as well, it's one thing to read a deck list. It's one thing to have looked at the other 7 deck lists rocked by your opponents, and even knowing that you'd be facing Tombot in this final, you can read through a deck list. It's very different to watch how all of those cards interact with each other and then with you and your deck, and it's worth watching to make sure that you're making appropriate sideboarding decisions.
I don't know what Jake's thinking about right now, but for everyone watching along and thinking, God, this looks like David versus Goliath, this looks like a horrific mismatch, and it is first seed versus 8th seed, but so little like divides these two players in terms of record, and I do think that this match is closer than it looks at this point. Like, the crucial turns are the first couple of turns, so if Jake had had maybe one more piece of protection for that mother, or if Thomas hadn't drawn into back-to-back colorless removal spells, then Jake has cards in his deck that can shut down these lines of play from Thomas. We just haven't gotten to see them because after he was able to sort of get around that initial hurdle, Thomas has just sort of like sprinted clear. And now even if you draw something like a Leon and Arbiter, like what's the point of it?
Yeah, exactly right. It's as much as he's still on 9 life and has managed to stay there for the last 6 or 7 turns, Jake is in a rough position staring down a very full board from his opponent, Tombot, right here.
And Tom's not stalling either. I mean, we've presented a fresh giant threat in Sundering Titan. There's one for the old heads there. Cleaning up some of Jake's lands, so cutting off even more potential of a comeback. That's your fault for having land types in your deck, I suppose. And yeah. I'm pretty sure this Sundering Titan's going to get there now. We've already spent our Swords to Plowshares. We'll spin our Fatal Push. There's a couple more reveal spells in the deck. Thomas presents another large artifact threat. There's our Stone Coil Serpent friend from yesterday. And that's what this...
Our favourite previous standard staple.
I'm glad that we're getting to see this now, because we only saw a little bit of Thomas's deck yesterday, it feels like, and it shows how this deck contrasts to the Zerda combo decks we saw yesterday. Those are doing comparatively even more unfair things. This deck really is just playing gigantic colorless creatures and attacking you.
Yep. And it did the thing. It got there. We saw Jake Savage pick up his depleted pile of lands there and get ready to start.
But he flashes a smile. He's clearly not, if you make it this far, you've got the mental fortitude to take one bad game loss, because those are going to happen to you. If you play Death and Taxes, if you play against something like Storm, if you play against any decks like Explosive Start, you probably get run over. It's not a great deck for making comebacks. So you go, all right, I've seen what you've got, but let me see you in game 2 when I'm on the play.
Exactly.
And I get to sideboard.
Yeah, pre-boarded games, I would have rated this a relatively even matchup, although Tom would have been on the draw because he was the first seed, definitely putting him at the advantage of being able to potentially get underneath the taxes elements of Jake's deck.
On the play?
On the play,
yeah.
Sorry, on the play.
The seeding really does matter in that way.
Yeah, so the way that it works for anyone at home who is unaware, when you move into the top 8, the first seed will always have the choice to play or draw. And in competitive Magic, you almost always choose to play.
Yeah, especially in formats like these, in matchups like these, where one deck is incredibly explosive and can generate a ton of mana turn 1 potentially, you almost always take that opportunity. And for someone like Jake Savage, who does not have Force of Will, who only really has that misstep as a way to interact on turn 1 in game 1, your opponent can just get so far ahead of you before you have literally a chance to do anything. And players are kind of resigned to that. So I guess if I didn't want that to happen, I should have won an extra match in the Swiss. Because it is based on... It's not just we like Thomas more and so we gave him this unfair advantage. He earned that through his Swiss play, going almost undefeated through this crowded field.
You know, when I'm playing competitive Magic, I always just say I should have won one more extra game in the Swiss.
It's often a correct strategy if you can pull it off.
If you can choose to do that.
Hell, if you're feeling great about yourself, win 2 more games in the Swiss.
Yeah, there you go, okay, undefeated.
So getting away from hypotheticals and more towards things that are actually real, what do you like out of Thomas's sideboard? Because Jake's got a few things, but I feel like Thomas's sideboard cards are actually probably more impactful.
Yeah, so Tom's got a Blast Zone, which I'm looking at as something that's relevant because a lot of the threats in Jake's deck are CMC2. Also looking at definitely... Looking at the Khan, the Great Creator, I'd be bringing that in. There's a couple of things here that I think I'd be on the... While I'm on the play as... While I'm on the play as Jake, I'd definitely be running as much of the taxation kind of package as possible. Yeah,
right? You want to do to Thomas what Thomas just did to you, where you get in first and make all of his spells more expensive, and then that stops the snowballing effect of playing those mana rocks to play more mana rocks to get 1,000 miles ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So any of the pieces that would penetrate that are definitely valuable. So there's an Alder's Dust, there's a Blast Zone. Those are the things that I'd be looking at out of Tom's sideboard here. Yeah,
I really like the sweepers because even more so than Thomas's deck just did, like obviously he had a ton of permanents in play, but like Jake, as I said, that deck's a sum of its parts deck. You're almost obliged to have multiple things in play to have kind of an effective board state. All is dust, very hard to interact with, just kind of mops those up. For Jake, though, you mentioned these sideboard cards are important. Gemstone Cavern's probably staying in the side until you're on the draw in game 3, hopefully. But you do have some stuff like Curious Farm Animals is effectively a removal spell for artifacts, so definitely bringing that in. Something like, unfortunately, Spirit of the Labyrinth is not as most effective because Thomas tends to not, quote-unquote, draw cards. You have other ways to access them, but Stony Silence, great against an artifact deck. You might even bring in Thoughtseizes on the play just to kind of break up a potential God Hand from Thomas's deck, just because it's hard to interact with that stuff once it's in play.
I would definitely be bringing in that Thoughtseize. When you're only running one main deck Mental Misstep as your way to interact or disrupt Thomas's strategy, I'd be definitely doing any hand disruption that I could possibly summon from Jake's perspective.
I like the Thoughtseize. I don't know about the Duress, just because so many of Thomas's cards are artifact creatures or Eldrazi creatures. I mean, it still has a lot of good hits. Maybe we'll see it.
I think there's enough good hits that I'd consider the Duress strongly.
I'd love to talk to Jake more about the decision. And granted, this one actually is kind kind of common amongst white-black players to leave the hand disruption in the side, right? Because you think this is one of my most flexible tools. There's almost no deck that you don't enjoy reducing the handoff with Thoughtseize on turn 1. So the decision to leave it out when you have no stack interaction either, and you're playing in so much fast combo in the field, is a brave one.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And the reality is as well that Tom, with the way that his deck is constructed, is capable of drawing multiple cards per turn, is also, you know, if he's top decking those pieces, you can't disrupt that out of hand, and he's almost always going to have the mana to lay it down as soon as he draws it.
Do you think this is a Ketramos the New Dawn game for Jake Savage?
Well, we were debating this sideboard card
it's a conundrum.
Prior to the stream. Thinking about where this Ketramos comes in, I actually think it's not a terrible matchup for it.
I don't think it's the worst matchup by far.
An indestructible threat is valuable, but is it a creature?
My take on the card is that it's the slowest thing of all time.
Yeah.
Like, you have some ways to fuel it. There's even cute choices like Feed the Cycle that can help you trigger Ketramos, but you are not, like, casting Demonic Consultation. It takes a little while to get 7 cards into exile.
Yeah.
You don't mind drawing a card off it, so against, like, slower decks where you don't mind your life total and you're trying to play a card advantage game, this is your deck's best draw engine.
Yeah.
Which is important, but
the draw engine is relevant.
You can't go, oh, good, I've got a lifelink indestructible blocker for that Sundering Titan, because very often you don't.
Yeah.
It's a 3-mana slow draw engine.
Yeah.
Does Jake want that here? Maybe.
Most of the time it will not be attacking or blocking.
No. I mean, you hope to get it there, right? You've got Deathrite Shaman, you've got Feed the Cycle. You can bring in cards like Rest in Peace when you think they have some leverage, and those help you, obviously, quite a lot get to Ketramos's... I call it like a worship state. All the god cards have that kind of mechanic where they're not on as a creature until you achieve some goal.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's most of the time an enchantment, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Still, it is in Jake's sideboard, and Jake is here in top 8 in a very difficult field of some of the best players in Australia. So score a point, Ketramos enjoyers.
Yeah. And enchantment in your graveyard, even if it is able to be removed or milled off the top, will help with that Goif that he has inserted into his deck.
That is true. You do care a little bit about your Delirium count as Jake Savage. Still, I'm sure Jake will just be looking for a similar start to last time. Give me the Mother of Runes. Hell, give me Mother and Giver. Give me that...
Mental Misstep in hand.
Mental Misstep in hand sounds good. I mean, how many...
I'd be asking for that thought. I'd be asking for that.
Give me that Thoughtseize in hand, yeah, because that's the thing, is like Thomas's deck plays fewer 1-mana spells than most other decks in the format, just because you have so much mana. 3 mana to him is like 1 mana to everyone else. So.
But most of Thomas's removal isn't coloured. Like, is Mother of Runes even staying in?
I mean, yeah, look, it's difficult to say. If any of the cards are coloured in the deck, I like Mother of Runes, but maybe it comes out. It's just, yeah, what do you bring in then? We'll find out, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm not seeing any actual coloured removal. Oh, we've got a Dismember.
Yeah. I mean, even colourless creatures. But you're right, it's probably like one of the worst matchups for White's best creature.
Yeah, and even the Blast Zone and All Is Dust, both colourless spells.
Yeah.
I'd likely be siding out that Mother of Runes.
Fair enough. You make a great point. I'm blinded by my deep love for the card. But here we go. There's the duress. So one question answered. Jake Savage confidently throwing down that hand disruption spell. I think we can presume from that the Thoughtseize also came in. What a hit.
But also Jake Savage starting the game on 17 life, having fetched into a Shockland.
Well, I mean, look, you get hit so hard by the creatures in Thomas's deck. I think that this is truly a modern...
It's a choice you make, yeah, absolutely.
It's truly a modern Magic matchup where it feels like only against the most low-to-the-ground decks do you have to worry about your life total more than you worry about board control. It's just, I need to stop my opponent putting together something cracked. As long as I do that, my life total will hang in there.
And that was the absolute perfect outcome that Jake Savage could have looked for from that duress, and that's the ability to pick a Soul Ring out of a hand.
You get a lot of information there, but I don't love... I mean, none of Thomas's cards are especially cuddly and friendly. I don't love to see those in hand.
Yep. We are looking at a Relic of Progenitus. It looks like a Thran Spider.
There's is that like a Battlescape? I forget the name of this one every time, including at the RC earlier this year. It's the double kicker Eldrazi. It's the reference to Apocalypse. We'll get there in a second. But basically, strong utility cards, Graveyard Hate. I think, is that a land destruction card?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Thran Spider, of course, ubiquitous in these artifact decks as a sort of mana sink
Yes.
Not the most threatening card otherwise.
No, but most of the time you're giving both your opponent and yourself a Power Stone, and you are the only one able to use it.
Okay, and here we have yet another broken land. I think this is really the reason the bots deck is so successful. Obviously, Thomas is the premier player of bots, but there are a lot of other players who've posted significant results.
The Mishra's Workshop, right?
That's Ugin's Labyrinth, I think. So there's a
okay.
card imprinted under it to turn it on as a soul land. You have to exile Wastegate Battle Mage. Thank you to our card lookup window. It is the double kicker Eldrazi. Reference the Battle Mage Super Cycle, exiles opponent. Sorry, it bounces things and exiles artifacts and enchantments. So Thomas preempting hate pieces like Stony Silence by playing a non-artifact removal source for those. And excellent card in return here. Strip Mine from Jake, definitely worth the point to take out that soul land.
Yes.
But as I was saying, Thomas has so many mana accelerating lands, kind of unfair lands that tap for 2 or 3 or more mana, and that is the real strength of this deck. Lots of decks have that potential, but Thomas's is so consistent.
Yep. Thomas coming in for 2 damage.
And now playing one of the sneaky threats of the deck, Glaring Fleshraker. So this card has become a little bit of a phenomenon in Eternal formats as a combo killer. It's just so unassuming, and you don't really have to do anything different about building your deck at all other than play this card, and sometimes you cast a big Kozilek's command and immediately win.
Yep. And yeah, the ability to do remote damage to his opponent going to be a valuable thing for Tom, and every time he casts one of those colorless spells, creating another Eldrazi, which will also trigger that ping.
I love that it gives the deck kind of resiliency to hate, because without really having to do anything drastically different in his mana base or his play patterns, he's still casting big colorless things, but it gives Thomas a way to win that doesn't get beaten by a lot of cards that shut down, say, Walking Ballista, right? It's not an artifact, it's not an activated ability, it doesn't even require you to pay a ton of mana. As long as you cast colorless creatures, you will eventually get there. And it just makes the deck have layers and layers and layers to it that opponents struggle to get past.
Yeah. 2 additional damage happening there through the casting of the Thran Spider and then that triggering of the 0/1 Eldrazi spawn.
So we're getting into play here with a lot more colorless creatures, but this is still a way better start for Jake Savage. Having Emperor of Bones in play is big stuff against a deck like this that has insane creature cards in it, some of which will hit the graveyard at some point.
Absolutely true. It's going to be really interesting because, I mean, this deck is just full of colorless spells. The ability for Tom to continue to just ping Jake every turn for 2, every time he casts a colorless spell is, or a colorless creature, every time he casts a colorless creature, it will be 2. Every time he casts a colorless spell, it will be 1.
Yeah, so Jake's struggling to keep Thomas's mana under control. You strip mine away the Ugin's Labyrinth, but then Thomas just plays a Mishra's Workshop, so there's really no winning here, but Jake is continuing to fight with a smile. You look at this and go, okay, 1 step at a time. I got to beat him 1 step at a time. How long can I hang in there against the Fleshraker? Maybe that's not the first priority, but you need some way to remove it or lifelink yourself, maybe something like Cecil.
Yep.
Something to offset that card. Probably the first priority is to attack the mana so that nothing even scarier can enter play, but you don't have a Crucible effect in this deck. This is not a strip lock deck. You're just playing waste and strip to try and help your opponent trip over while you get ahead of them in the early game. So in some way, Jake has already kind of fired his best shot, and now you have to hope that Thomas doesn't draw lands for a bit.
This is actually not a bad spot. If Ketramos were to hit the battlefield with an active Relic of Progenitus going, he would be gaining life, as you said, and also potentially drawing cards.
Yeah, your opponent kind of playing the other half of like the common Ketramos engine for you in that case, although I guess they're not obliged to activate their Relic every turn.
Exactly right, but you know, thanks so much, Tom.
Yeah. Jake does actually, sorry, there is an additional piece of land destruction there in the Ghost Quarter.
Yep.
But the Ghost Quarter obviously not quite as good. Granted, making Thomas get off Mishra's Workshop and get onto basic land of some kind is pretty good. Does Thomas even play basic? I'm assuming there's 1 or 2 in there, or wastes, or a plane somewhere.
Yeah, I believe so. Let me check.
But either way, that would still be a win for Jake, although at this point, with only 3 lands in play yourself, giving up one of those to take your opponent down a couple of mana is a decision you have to think carefully about.
He's playing 2 forests.
Okay, so you could turn that Mishra's Workshop into a forest, which I think is a win, but then if your opponent untaps and slams Trinisphere, you maybe feel less good about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no wastes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of the most successful colorless, quote-unquote, artifact decks, including this weekend, are significantly colored. Like, they're not and I don't think there's really an incentive to be mono-colorless, right? Like, it's a cute thing to do in Commander.
Yep.
But here,
you've got that constraint in Commander, right?
Yeah, exactly. But here you're sort of, I mean, other than maybe dodging some weird interaction, you're really just cutting yourself off playing good spells. We saw yesterday how nice it is to be able to cast a Swords to Plowshares or an Abrade for these decks when you need to remove a tricky permanent.
Even playing the kicker on your Eldrazi spell is valuable enough to put in that
and a lot of the other
basic forest.
A lot of the other colorless decks are using green mana to cast something like Malevolent Rumble, which can really help you get through your deck to those big ticket spells.
Not to mention we've seen Gaia's Cradle, and obviously that's generating green.
Yeah, and it's like, even if you're thinking of that as this is making a lot of generic mana for me, I don't care that it's colored, I just care about the amount.
Correct.
But you're right, and that it has the flexibility to cast some of those cards.
Opposition Agent.
This is a big one.
Yeah.
Thomas doesn't do as much curing as everyone else, but there's an Inventor's Fair in play, so you're cutting off some stuff.
And no ability for Tom to respond by activating that Inventor's Fair either right now. So Opposition Agent coming down and making sure that Tom has no ability to search his library. Oh, he can search it if he wants to, but Jake gets to search it for him.
And this is that cool cumulative nature of Death and Taxes, the way that it just sort of piles on stones one at a time until the weight adds up, right? This Opposition Agent wouldn't have cut you off from Inventor's Fair activation had Jake not been consistently keeping Thomas's mana under control thus far in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the ability to play your opponent's deck for them is a very strong effect, and one reason that Opposition Agent turns up in a lot of Grixis, Jund, and now Black-White Death and Taxes decks.
Yeah, exactly. I've sort of jokingly called it the best card in the format, and I think that's just, it's less incorrect than that is like sort of just a non-specific statement. The text saying your opponent can't search the library, or effectively can't search the library in the case of Opposition Agent, is probably the best main deck disruption effect when you consider how broadly it affects the format and how much it advantages you, especially for Opposition Agent when it stays in play. So
the ability, like the fact that Opposition Agent has Flash and that you can disrupt your opponent's Tinker is like, oh, thank you for that, Tinker. I'd like to do that instead.
So Thomas Bot chose to be conservative in the face of the Oppo Agent. You could have sacked all those spawns, you could have tapped a Power Stone, sacked a land and searched for something, but this is not that kind of all-in deck. You'd rather hold onto your mana, but that buys Jake some more time, and Starfield Shepherd has been, again, it's not on the power level of anything in Thomas's deck, but it's a really nice card to have in Black-White, tutoring up that premier one-drop in Guide of Souls. So there's your life gain to offset the Fleshraker damage.
You're entirely right. You called it, Tom.
It's also a way that you can think about, okay, my next step, if I can stabilize, how do I get ahead, right? Pretty elementary stuff. If I can start jumping my creatures over your board, there's not that much flying and reach in Thomas's deck, and until you draw something dreadful like Walking Ballista, Jake is actually starting to look like he's in control of the battlefield.
I would agree. So we're seeing cracked Relic of Progenitus right now, most likely to just draw a card, as graveyards are already exclusively exiled at this point.
I mean, it's a great aspect of the card, right? You can just cash it any time. You feel like you didn't lose anything for including it, especially in a deck so rife with colorless mana. Barely notice the cost.
Yeah, and as we've been talking about all weekend, most 7-point Highlander decks utilize the graveyard as a resource. So even if you're not playing against a specific graveyard strategy, a card like Relic of Progenitus can just be very powerful main board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the kind of thing where it's like, because it's got that low inclusion cost, because it does cantrip, because it is like so small to cast, that's the kind of incidental hate you love to have in the main, and then you can bring in heavier stuff from the sideboard if necessary, but you're not a complete dog to graveyard strategies in game one. Abstergo Entertainment, another source of incidental graveyard hate that's been really showing up for particularly the artifact decks this weekend, since they can leverage the recursion element so much. How do you feel about this $1 land that is both a recursion piece and graveyard hate and a mana fixer?
It's incredibly powerful in these very specific decks, and we're seeing it quite a bit. Just very strong. Ooh, we're seeing a Kozilek's Command here.
This is such a haymaker. Talking about powerful unpointed cards. K-Command, the new K-Command, mostly does whatever you want, especially we consider how much mana these decks have. You know, I'm not saying it should be pointed, but this is such a strong tool for a deck that already had 1,000 impactful cards. So we're choosing, usually it's the removal mode, I feel like, just because that is often a kind of a gap in the capacity of these mostly colorless decks, but scries and then draws a card is also pretty great. You only really need one good top deck, and the Scry X is all but guaranteeing the top deck is good.
Yeah, and we did see Tom having to sack several Eldrazi spawn to make that spell happen because of the Thalia in play. But a very valuable removal of the opposition agent here to make sure that in future turns that Inventor's Fair can go fetch exactly what Tom needs it to.
Yeah, notable that Jake, again, the mana attack has kind of denied Thomas the chance to play that in the most greedy mode, where you just make X Eldrazi tokens, sacrifice all your Eldrazi tokens, and shoot them for 6 to 8 damage with the Flesh Raker.
Oh, your favorite card from yesterday?
Ah, yes, my favorite card from yesterday. Bold claim from you this time. The Nightblade, I believe that is the Night Scythe. And so we were at CanCon, Magic not the only game going on this, and Wargaming happening in the other hall, and it has infiltrated our game here in the form of Warhammer 40,000 Commander cards. And of all the cards in the Warhammer 40,000 precons, I really wouldn't have called this one. I thought there's an enchantment in the Necron deck that turns all the creature cards in your entire deck in all zones into artifacts, or Trazyn the Infinite, which has all of the activated abilities of artifacts in your graveyard and is basically a one-card combo. I really would have thought there is a lot of cards on the list before this one, which would become 7-point staples, but it turns out 3 mana flying vehicle that makes its own crew, that's what we needed.
That's what we needed. And I mean, in this deck, it also made an Eldrazi spawn right now as well, and pinged the opponent for 3.
Yeah, we'll say that's what well, actually, the Necron Warrior is not colorless. It's a black artifact creature. So, yeah, me being the Night Scythe hater. No, I'm not. I actually love when an unassuming card, because it makes you think, is that really it? Is that really the best thing you could be playing? I mean, I didn't build the deck. I assumed Thomas considered a lot of artifacts before this one. Maybe it just is. He's like, I just need a flyer.
Yeah, we've got Ghost Quarter taking out the Mishra's Workshop there. Thomas responding by floating mana.
Yep.
That's what's represented by our dice here. We've got 3 floating mana.
Colorless mana and then a forest. Not sure what we might activate the fair off this, since there's no more Oppo agent in play. I'm not 100%, I mean, you can get anything you like off it, really. Cityscape Leveler, who cares? So, I mean, Thomas, not a dominant position like last game, but still it always feels like, unless Jake is actively winning the game, I'm always afeared for him, because so many nutty cards come off the top of Thomas's deck, and also the life totals do significantly favor the big mana deck.
Seeing a lot of synergy coming together for Tom's deck right now. Jake's life total slowly dwindling.
I mean, if Jake is able to rip something like a Stony Silence at this point, it does some things for you, but it doesn't answer the Eldrazi, which, you know, it will take a sequence of draws from here, and unless you have a Ketramos, there's not a lot of ways to draw more than 1 card per turn. And
we're also seeing the downside of some of Jake's land destruction and land disruption inclusions. The fact that he's strip mined his opponent and ghost quartered his opponent, meaning that he's sitting here on 2 lands right now.
Yeah, it's almost like when you play like 1-for-1 spells and hand disruption against something like Grixis or Jund, where it's like, that's kind of the game they are here to play. You are going to run out of cards before they do in most cases.
Yes.
You know, likewise, where
they're stocking up, they're doing they're consulting star charts,
exactly.
They're doing lots of other things.
So it buys you a moment, but if you're not taking advantage of that window where you disrupt them, in the long game they probably come out ahead. And likewise, Thomas is a lot more able to recover from having 1 or 2 lands destroyed, where his deck has 1 land that taps for 10 mana and casts all his spells, whereas Jake is sitting here potentially unable to cast cards in hand because he's on just a Godless Shrine and a Plains.
Exactly right.
And a Power Stone.
Yeah, and the Power Stone.
Can't forget the Power Stone.
But it's relevant. I mean, that strip mine and that ghost quarter did good work, right? They removed big mana threats out of Tom's land zone.
Speaking of threats, here comes Night Scythe. Jake currently without a flying blocker, since, speaking of cards we can't cast, that warped Starfield Shepherd not available to block this flying vehicle. So it will crack in, and this
Shadow
looks
Spear.
Even worse, right here. This is the matchup to bring in Shadow Spear, I think. Even just the lifelink alone, quite threatening, but the granting trample to some of these giant Eldrazi really reduces Jake's options.
Shadow Spear is an inclusion from the sideboard for Tombot. It was one I looked at and thought, I'm not sure, but you know, you just proved me wrong, Tom, and so did Tombot. But Trample and Lifelink relevant, but also, you know, hexproof and indestructible.
It seems like a funny one. The Hexproof and Indestructible, it's like everyone's favorite text to forget about until the precise moment it matters.
Exactly.
But in this case, I think just the Trample and Lifelink part, like the Loxodon Warhammer of it all, in a deck that can very easily pay and equip things and has ginormous creatures already, it just means you never like lose awkwardly to a small creature deck like Goblins or Death and Taxes getting under you, because all it takes is one block by an Eldrazi and you've kind of healed 2 turns of combat damage, and they can't defend against you with superior numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the only way around that for the Goblins deck is Fling.
The Goblins deck has funny ways, you know. The Goblins' life finds a way, as Jeff Goldblum once said. I don't know if he was thinking of goblins in that sense, but I am. So
I'm not sure if everyone at home was expecting a Jurassic Park reference today, but there you go. That's what you get.
Where's our Dinosaur Stompy deck in the top 8 of the Nationals?
Well, you're just going to have to pilot it next year, Tom.
Card name Jurassic Park. You can play Jurassic Park in 7-Point Highlander. It's not pointed. They let you do it.
Oh, I mean, we've got all of those amazing Godzilla alternate cards from Ikoria. So you get dinosaurs and lots of amazing big stompy things.
Honestly, we'll go back to the game in a second, but the Jurassic Park Secret Lair, actually some pretty good cards in that.
True,
I think it's a Don't Move is the weird board wipe. Yeah, Welcome to Jurassic Park is the backside of that. That one is a little bit funky, but I do believe in Don't Move, the wipe, the sort of, it's destroy all tapped creatures, I think, but also if a creature taps in the next turn, they also, I guess, get eaten by a dinosaur and die. It's very fun stuff. Yeah, all right. Anyway.
We're seeing some cool interaction here, actually, on the board.
I'm indulging in my power to control the card lookup window, but yes, Thomas is looking to close the game out here. We will honor our first seed by consulting that, describing the actual gameplay. But, you know, Jake has been stoically trying to defend his rapidly diminishing stake in this top 8. I mean, if this is how you go out, it's still a great finish, but you would rather at least force a game 3 out of our first seed here.
Yeah. That's exactly true. So we've seen Emperor of Bones come off the field. And we're seeing Tom likely gear up to re-equip his Night Scythe.
Yes.
Swing in for another 3.
I mean, Jake hasn't cast a card in some time, it feels
Walking
like.
Ballista.
Sort of Plowshares, strictly defensive, hasn't really advanced your board state, and now Walking, this is such a hammer blow. This card is very difficult for these Taxes decks to beat. You can see there, 1 counter off the Ballista, kill your Thalia. And now Spatial Contortion, it looks like, to kill Guide of Souls. Jake is thinking about what options he has. Solitude is one option.
Okay, that's a thing.
Pitching, actually can't see that card terribly well.
Pitching a 1-drop. Weathered Wayfarer, that's an alternate. Wow,
yep.
Weathered Wayfarer. What a card I was not remembering was in the deck. That one's a great one. Unfortunately, we couldn't find it earlier in the game. You might have been able to really keep Thomas off lands by finding all the different land destruction effects and keeping yourself in lands while you're at it. But Jake, unfortunately, drawing that card really deep into the game when your opponent has far bigger and more immediately impactful stuff, not able to use that Onslaught All-Star to recover his mana situation, and has a wry, rueful smile as he stares down. Admittedly, right now, not the biggest threats, but he's on 3 life.
I just remember, kill myself, take out the Walking Ballista, go out on my own terms.
You'll never take me alive, says the White-Black Taxes player. And unfortunately for me and every other fan of Thalia and Fair Magic, Jake will go down.
That was the case.
I mean, you know, far worse things have happened than to lose to Thomas Bott on the coverage tables, you know. But that does mean that Thomas will be advancing, as you'd expect of our first seed, and we will see him in the semi-finals, Molly.
It is always very difficult coming in as the 8th seed, knowing you're paired up against the first seed, who did incredibly well the previous day.
In a dodgy matchup on the draw.
Yeah, Thomas Bott having gone 7-1 in the 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. And as you say, you're coming in not only at a disadvantage from a play perspective, but also you are on the draw. So, you know, condolences there to Jake Savage, who put up an incredibly good fight and did incredibly well throughout this entire tournament, will be taking home 8th place.
I'm sure he'll still be faded in the, you know, Taxes Discord everywhere for that kind of performance. Like, to win as many matches as you need to even make this top 8, right? All these players are X-1 at worst. That is incredibly consistent and a great sign that the deck is still alive and healthy. The white-black players, mono-white, red-white, like that deck is still represented and a force in the format, and lots to learn from going forward.
Yeah, I know that you'll be very excited to sleeve up your black-white Death and Taxes deck after this weekend, Tom.
Yes.
Look, thank you so much for joining us for this was our feature match from the quarterfinals, and we'll be back shortly with both rounds of the semifinals for you. So we'll be very excited to see who will be playing in those
Absolutely.
semifinals. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back on stream for the semifinals with you shortly. My name's Molly Rowe. This is Tom Anderson. It's been a pleasure. Welcome back. You are joining us for day 2 of the 7-Point Highlander National Championships, where we have seen the start of the top 8. We've seen the quarterfinals, or at least one game of it, and all of our other quarterfinals matches have just wrapped up, and we are about to take you to the thrilling semifinals.
Yeah. It was a really drawn-out battle, Molly, but we managed to get there, and now we're down from 8 just down to 4.
Yep, so we've got myself, Molly Rowe, and Thomas Anderson joining you from the booth, and we're just about to get you the graphic to show what our breakers coming through from those quarterfinals look like.
Yeah, just to update the people at home on what happened. We had Thomas Bott against Jake Savage. That was the match that we watched on
here
coverage.
On coverage, a thrilling fight between Death and Taxes and Thomas Bott's... Bots?
Bots list, yes.
Yes. So we also had Justin Chung, 3-time national champion, playing off against Lachlan Saunders. Justin taking that out in 2 straight matches. That was a breach deck?
Demir Thoracle. Lurk's deck, I'm really sad we don't get to talk about Lachlan's deck, but it is essentially a breach combo list with some extra moving parts, but could not get there. The Thoracle deck having more interaction than the other combo decks apparently really showed up in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're about to watch Thomas and Justin play off in our feature match area, and we'll take you there shortly. But we'll then be able to show you Maxwell Ashurst versus Matthew Judas. So Matthew Judas took down Maya Phillips Mystery, Matthew on Storm, Maya on Thoracle. So not the most interactive of games straight up front, but one that Matthew Judas took down 2-0, and Maxwell Ashurst and Simon Linneberry just wrapped up their game with Maxwell taking it down 2-1.
Yeah, that was an absolute nail-biter. It looks like Grixis, Simon, the last Grixis player in the room, fighting a valiant battle against this really powerful Zerta combo deck that no one was really prepared for coming into the weekend, the Basil Brush combo, as I believe its aficionados call it. Maxwell just squeaked it out at the end there with some powerful Enigma duel gameplay.
Yeah, and Simon from Team Bus Stop standing there with all of his teammates surrounding him, unfortunately unable to take that match down. So we're about to take you through to the actual coverage area where we'll be seeing Justin and Tom sleeving up, ready to go for the very first semi-finals match of the 7-Point Highlander National Championship.
And this is our first semi-final, Molly, but it's not the first time these two players have met, both veterans of the scene, or even the first time we've seen them play this weekend in this tournament.
And you're seeing right now the pro of having open deck lists now for this event is that Tom can make sure that he's familiar with all of the cards in Justin's deck, just as a refresher before we kick off.
Yeah, for those, again, yesterday, the Swiss component, 8 Swiss rounds, a real grind fest. That was closed deck list, but after day 1, it's sort of assumed that at least some players have some information on each other's decks, and therefore it's fairer to level the playing field, make all deck lists published. It's also really nice for the other players in the event to see what made top 8, and it's a real talking point in the room. You know, we had a white taxes list make top 8 in a tournament, which I don't think anyone really expected. We had Lachlan's cool Druidic Breach Bond deck, which I'm sure, you know, a lot of players in the room are studying and sort of going, geez, is this for real? Is this really a top 8 type list?
And we're seeing our brand new Zerta brews, both of which made it to top 16, one of which made it to our top 8.
Yeah, shout outs to Isaac Lee, who also we saw on coverage playing One Chin Zerta, but that deck only narrowly missed top 8. I think it was actually Thomas Bott, our first seed, who had to eliminate Isaac from contention. That's how tight this field is, right? Like, great players with impressive decks falling at the last hurdle and not quite making it here to our finals day, but, you know, it takes a lot to win. Thomas Bott looking like he has some of the most out of everyone today, but beating Justin, the one player who took him down in the Swiss, this might be his kryptonite. Yeah,
I was about to say, we have seen this matchup before. Justin taking Tom to his only loss of the Swiss. Tom went 8-1, which is how he 7-1, which is how he made top seed for our top 8 today. But his only loss was to the man sitting across from him right now, Justin Chung.
Justin Chung, of course, 3-time Nationals champion. Thomas Bott, I don't know the exact head-to-head, but I think of most players, Thomas would not be intimidated by that, also having a sterling record, but has never actually won Nationals himself. So maybe that's got a little bit of a fire in his belly to try and add that to his resume. I'm sure beating Justin by itself in this tournament, which he's more or less made his own, is a huge laurel to be able to claim. But this might be a bit of an uphill battle, right? Tom's deck is not really built to fight on the stack, and we've seen how difficult it is for any deck to interact with the Thoracle Pact combo.
Yeah, although Tom having quite an explosive start here, managing to play the Magic Mulligan fixed card, as well as then a Jataxian Probe to check out Justin's hand, who is very kindly now playing open-handed with a Mishra Urza land coming in straight into a automaton.
Workshops into Patchwork Automaton.
There
So
we go.
not the most impressive threat in Tom's deck, but at least it's one that scales over time as you play colorless spells. So if you're going to play it, this is the best time to be doing it. And I think it has Ward as well. So Justin's deck, we talked about a bit yesterday, one of the upsides of playing Dimir Thoracle is that because your combo is only a couple of slots, it's very deck building cost light, you can play more interaction than other combo shells. And so, you know, it helps to have a threat that is a little bit resilient like this Automaton. The workshops, of course, can cast many more powerful things than that. Seems that Tom has drawn the Serum Powder that enable that effective mulligan, which at this point is just a mana rock, but also Devourer of Destinies. And Justin, with the Thoughtseize, chooses to take not that, but another powerful threat in Walking Ballista.
Yeah, Walking Ballista is one that would definitely be posing ongoing problems for Justin, and something that he wants to make sure that he takes out of Tom's deck as soon as possible.
Exactly. And Tom, I think, just has to provide a fast clock here. We saw yesterday he tried to interact with the Thoracle deck a little bit, tried to dismember the Thoracle, stuff like this. But other than playing something like Trinisphere to make Justin's cards more expensive, that is relevant. Mostly you just need to put pressure and force the Thoracle deck to make difficult choices about its mana. We saw in the one game that Justin lost yesterday in their 2-1 matchup, it was because he was forced to Demonic Consultation for Hercule's Recall instead of a combo piece to not die to Urza's Construct tokens. And then that eventually led to Justin not quite having enough mana or combo pieces left in the deck to actually win out, even though he had a window to do so.
Exactly right. So we're seeing Serum Powder right now hit the battlefield just as a mana rock, 3-cost mana rock, but with an upside.
Meanwhile, in Justin's hand, we can already see a lot of the pieces needed to win the game. We've got Thought Lash, which we saw in Maya Phillips' Mysteries deck yesterday, but is apparently a consistent part of this Dimir Thoracle list as a way to exile your library. That's sort of the third best option, but you know, the redundancy in a singleton format is very important, and this is one of the matchups where it actually kind of works as intended, right? Thomas's deck does win with a finite amount of combat damage, and removing the top card of your library to prevent 1 damage to you, it's risky when you don't have the combo in hand, because that top card might be Thassa's Oracle.
Exactly right.
But you do have, you know, 2 different outs in Thoracle and Jace Wielder of Mysteries, and you have multiple tutors in hand. Spellseeker can go and get an instant or sorcery that then transmutes for the Thoracle, and once you've sort of safely secured those cards, especially against a deck like Tom's that's not going to attack your hand too much, you can just rip away your own library with Thought Lash and buy several extra turns against his clock.
As you said, as we saw with Maya yesterday as well, it's like pre-resolving your pact. If that's on the field, you've got a good expectation that you're going to be able to get rid of your library to trigger that Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, Tom's deck does have ways to remove enchantments main board. I think we saw that Wastegate Battle Mage game 1. So you wouldn't want to get too aggressive with it and then realize that you suddenly can't win the game. But, I mean, if you're really confident, you can exile most of your library in response, like leave 1 card on top, draw it, Thoracle. Like, it's a pretty strong lead to take in the matchup to resolve that card, and it then lets you use Pact and Consultation to tutor for other pieces you think you need. Yeah,
that's exactly right. And Tom's deck also very good at finding the pieces that it needs, having multiple different search up options.
Yeah, we saw, I think, the Inventor's Fair last match. Not many of the other tutors, but like both these decks, as many of the good decks in 7 do, can kind of overcome the inconsistency of Singleton by either redundancy or tutor effects to find the cards they need. Tom having a bit of a reread of Thought Lash. Don't blame him for that. Not one that you see on every table.
Yes, I don't blame him at all. I myself went home and reread it after the stream last night just to make sure that I didn't make too many glaring errors. But it is a very wordy card, and one not as some older Magic cards are, not worded in a way that is the new lexicon of choice.
You don't see a lot of 0-cost activated ability prevent next 1 damage anymore, and I think this and the Nadu deck tell you why.
Yes.
We don't print abilities like that anymore, but, you know, this is Eternal Magic. The mistakes or otherwise of earlier card designers are preserved in Amber for you to use, and I, for one, enjoy seeing the odd older card kind of be rediscovered, even if it's not used for its original intended purpose.
I'm going to call you out for the preserved in Amber. We're going back to Jurassic Park again.
I promise it's not on purpose. No one is paying me to plug Jurassic. I'm not getting paid by Michael Crichton here.
Thankfully.
Thankfully. Spellseeker in Justin's hand, also, you know, representing a combo piece. The other piece we could have tutored for was with the Waterlog Teachings, but Justin choosing to play that as a land, which of course enters tapped and can only enter tapped. See, we all learn every day.
We learn every day. You're not wrong, Tom. Thank you very much for the chat yesterday, pointing that out to us.
Next time we'll have chat on commentary as the third mic, I think.
We're not infallible, unfortunately, but we do our very best.
I get 1 per weekend, right?
I think that's true.
Okay. Tom now sitting here. We've seen this Thran Spider card in all of the artifact lists. It's like the one card that all of the colorless decks agree on, which is such a funny thing because it's a relatively unassuming one, right? It's a 3-drop, pretty fair stats, makes a Power Stone token. It's kind of just a late game out for your mana. Justin not interested in going to the late game. He's going to cast Tainted Pact right now. I assume for Thassa's Oracle. There's no fear of this getting counterspelled against Tombot's list, so really it is kind of a speed check, and this is another reason why the Thoracle deck is so premier, right, amongst the combo decks in the format. When you need to step on the gas, this deck can go so fast. You need to cast 2 cards, they cost 1 or 2 mana each. You don't even need to cast them all on the same turn necessarily. Your combo pieces are redundant tutors. It works so seamlessly.
It sure does. It's been proven to be both resilient, effective, and efficient all weekend. And we can see that by Justin being here right now
I was about to say,
in our top 8.
Justin might not have the mana here to cast Thought Lash and Thoracle, but what about Demonic Consultation, Molly?
Sure can. Definitely got that double blue and the consultation.
So for the second match in a row between these two, we see Tombot offer a Dismember on Thassa's Oracle, almost out of protest. Like, this should do something, and Justin's like, gives him a smile of, hey, I respect the effort. From Hell's Heart, you stab at me, but I am going to name Abandon Hope and then reveal there is no card named Abandon Hope in my deck. Exile my library. Have you ever played with this kind of card before, Molly, where you can name any card in Magic?
Only in this format. I've played a Tainted Pact before, but I'm not normally searching for things that don't exist in my library.
Oh, okay. So I was going to say, it's sort of almost a sub-game for people who play this kind of list, and there's a few different lists that have these effects where what's the funniest actual card name that you can come up with to say to your opponent under the guise of fairly resolving your card?
And you do have to say a real Magic the Gathering card.
You can't say a ham sandwich. You do have to name something. It has to be in the format as well, so be careful. You said right here, Savage Beating, Abandon Hope. I wish you could name
All is Dust.
Yeah, I wish you could name the scheme cards from Arch Enemy, because those will have these beautiful florid names like, at last the final step of my plan is complete or something.
Yes,
There's
true.
Not nameable, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've got lots of great options across the Magic history of Magic with some brilliantly named cards.
Mm-hmm. So, Tombot, moving to the sideboard here, what can we bring in to try and impede Justin's progress? I think that's the real issue, is that Tom can provide a clock, but it's going to be tough to race Justin if Justin just gets to play out his combo like he's gold fishing. Yeah,
it's a very difficult sideboard choice here for Tombot. I'm not. We've talked a little bit about it. There's definitely a Torpor Orb in there which can help, slow Justin down. But in terms of actually interacting with the combo from Justin, there's not a whole lot. He's not doing any hand disruption. He's not really doing any, stack interaction from a counterspell perspective. So Tom's really, and particularly now that he's going to have the opportunity to be on the play here in Game 2, although he was on the play there in Game 1 as well, needs to be the aggressor. Is there anything in this sideboard that helps him be more aggressive, to take on that role more and more? I don't really think that there is. Even things that we've seen in previous matchups like Shadow Spear where it might be good, but Justin Chung does not care about Tombot's life total.
It's weird to say, but would Ugin the Spirit Dragon fit the idea of being more aggressive? Just because it's an additional threat, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, this is a card, I could take out a card that I don't think is going to matter to you in terms of interaction, and this is one more Haymaker spell that will pressure you, add to the clock, whatever else. It does also, removing permanence has some relevance if your opponent is playing Thought Lash as like a third combo option. Obviously, it's not Justin's first choice, but I
think it's just too slow. Like, Tombot's deck is not doing what the Zerda combo decks that we saw earlier in the weekend have been doing, about creating degenerate amounts of mana so quickly. He's doing it in a much more fair way where, 8 mana for Ugin's probably turn 3, and that may just actually be too slow to beat Justin.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Thomas, the cards that we've seen matter to these Thoracle decks on the weekend seem to be the Stifle effects. Like, a lot of decks are on Consigned to Memory. That's not part of Tom's list. Of course, he's not really producing blue mana. He's gone with green and white. He also doesn't really seem to have like the Ashiok effects that stop players searching their library. Obviously, it doesn't work on Consultation or Pact, but it, at least turns off those transmute cards that we've seen. Like, the more redundancy the Thoracle deck's allowed to have, the more quick and consistent the combo kill will be. And it just, nothing in Thomas's deck really lines up very well.
Yeah, there's not a lot of interaction that Tom can hope for here. He really just needs to be the aggressor, like we saw in that game that he did take off Justin in the Swiss.
I did hear, like, the Thoracle deck is really afraid of Torpor Orb. That's like the number one card. They quote, "I cannot beat a resolved Torpor Orb," from our other Consultation Pact player. But getting it to resolve, as we saw in their first matchup, is a challenge. Like, Justin can interact with spells, can interact with permanents, will not just roll over.
Yeah, and Justin can also bring in that hand disruption as well to make sure that that Torpor Orb doesn't even hit the stack.
And I suspect he will, right? Because if you're not afraid of the creature part of Thomas's deck, you really just go, I hope that you don't resolve, Torpor Orb and a Trinisphere and start stacking up these prison effects, because then I don't have such an easy time with my mana costs and stuff like that.
Yeah, Tom's prison components to his deck are definitely going to be the pieces that allow him to slow Justin down enough that his aggressive creatures can actually just get in for the appropriate amount of damage to take Justin to 0. Justin's sideboard looking quite interesting. We did discuss this in this exact matchup yesterday, but Hurkyl's Recall definitely coming in to be able to bounce all of those creatures. But what else do you think we're looking at here, Tom?
It depends, right? Like, there are other removals, but Hurkyl's Recall is like the haymaker for this matchup, right? You could argue it sort of helped Justin. I mean, he did lose the game where he resolved it, but like there would be no chance of Justin winning that game if not for the recall. And any single card like this is so much more powerful when you have like multiple tutor cards in your deck that just get it on command. So recall comes in, maybe Long Goodbye comes in as another removal spell. It doesn't really hit the big stuff, but if you want to slow down the initial threats like that Automaton, this is the clean answer to cards like that. So it really depends whether or not you care about slowing Tom down by a turn that way, or whether you just try and go fast yourself and board as little as possible.
I'd be bringing in a Toxic Deluge, I think. Tom's board often starts out with quite a few like wide but small creatures. So, the ability to generate Eldrazi spawn, or the ability to hit constructs while they're still reasonably sized, that you're not taking too much of your life total. But Justin can win the game on one. Justin's not worried about his life total. He's going to use it as a resource all the way down to the last possible point.
Justin's life total isn't real except for Tom's ability to remove it. Like, Justin... And Tom's life total isn't real to Justin. So
correct.
The Oracle deck plays in a very binary axis. I think the other approach that Justin could take is being a little more indirect. You could play Grafdigger's Cage to try and limit the ability of cards like Mystic Forge to accelerate Tom. Or I think we definitely see Consigned to Memory come in.
I would agree.
It's the colorless deck, right? You just automatically include it.
Yep.
So lots of options there for Justin, who already looked handily ahead in the matchup in Game 1. Thomas Bott is an excellent player and a veteran of this deck as much as you could possibly be. So if there is a line against Thoracle, I'm sure Tom has thought about it, discussed it, planned it out, built it into the deck. Perhaps we will see something here. But I suspect it'll just be, can I mull to a good hand, hope you stumble, kill you on turn 4 or 5.
I imagine that Tom's plan of getting through this top 8 was please don't be paired with Justin Chung. It's
a hard thing if you're like, I hope I dodge combo, when there's 2 creature decks in the top 8 or 3 and you're one of them.
Yeah, there were 2 Thassa's Oracle decks in the top 8. It was the only duplicate that we saw across decks in the top 8. And managing to dodge both of them for Tom Bott would have been... a gift. It
would have been impressive, like being a powerful wizard at that point.
Yes.
You also, but how
better
much
lucky than good. Hey?
Is your matchup against Storm much different to this? Is your matchup against even the Zerta combo deck, that Basil Brush deck, is that much better? Probably a little.
I think the Zerta combo deck, the matchup's probably a little bit better, but definitely against Storm, very similar.
So of course, Justin bringing in the one sideboard card we didn't mention at all, Leyline of Sanctity. That's not what I would have called coming in immediately, but hey, it protects you from hand attack, it protects you from dying to a walking ballista, which is one of the, like, sometimes that's the difference between dying now and dying a turn later, is whether or not you can get shot for direct damage.
Yeah.
Does Glare, I can't tell you at the top of my head if Glaring Flesh Raker also targets an opponent, or if it's an each opponent commander style templating, but if it works on that as well, then I really like this in from Justin.
I believe that it does target. Oh, no,
each
to
opponent.
each opponent. There
So
we go.
that might be an out for Tom still, but like every out that you cut off, like it seems wise from Justin when you're so far ahead, you can include these marginal things that could just like eliminate the one crack in your armor.
And I mean, either way, right, we saw Justin ship that hand back. Leyline of Sanctity 4, Justin really has to be in his opening hand for him to be playing it in this game.
I mean, it's really interesting. Then that implies that was sort of like the last card you brought in, and it's more about taking out a piece you consider useless than I really care about Leyline in this matchup.
Yeah, like he's not casting a 2 white mana 4-cost spell.
This hand for Justin looking a lot better. We've got, yeah, turn 1 Duress into, it looks like a couple of cantrips. Hard to see all of the hand from here, but you definitely have the mana you want. You're able to Duress away the cards you're most afraid of. Yeah. I mean, this is looking good.
I'd be keeping this hand if I was Justin. He's really, I think, just in the tank about what he's putting back. And it might be a land at this point. I think there's 4 in there.
And has Tom kept the 7, it seems?
I believe so. I don't think he went back for shuffle.
Yeah, and Tom, I'm assuming, is going to be on the play after losing game 1, so he will have made that decision first.
Definitely
Probably
correct.
Thinking about his sequencing, the first couple of turns, of course, really consequential, and Tom's deck can do a ton, even on turn 1, right? We saw that Mishra's Workshop, a vintage tier land. Unfortunately, the Patchwork Automaton is sort of like the least thing it can deploy, but you know, there's the potential for it to do a lot more. We've seen like turn 1 Thran Spider. We've seen, you know, we could see turn 1 Torpor Orb plus card, and that would be probably the best play here, since if you don't play Torpor Orb turn 1, it seems likely it'll get Duressed out of your hand.
Exactly right. That disruption from Justin looking good. He's still contemplating what's going back on the bottom.
That top card looks like that's the blue-black cantrip that we saw yesterday, right? The Diabolic Vision. We can also see Waterlog Teachings there, so it has a tutor/land. It seems like a pretty flexible hand, but Justin, I mean, I don't blame him for taking a long time to think about this, right? Against a relatively interactive opponent, your decision about whether or not to mulligan might be the single most consequential decision you make all match.
Absolutely. There's a strong school of thought here about you know, mulliganing on the play versus on the draw, and it's those hands should look very different in terms of what you believe is a keepable hand on the play versus on the draw. On the play, you need cards that, or you need a hand that's more robust and can be a little bit slower, and you need a good combination of lands and spells. Whereas you can generally take a slightly riskier hand while you are on the draw, and you want something that's more aggressive and going to impact the board or the game state much more rapidly, because you are already behind from a temporal perspective.
Yeah, and if that sounds a little bit backwards, I mean, for people who spend a lot of time on hypergeometric calculators sort of figuring out hand odds, it makes a lot of sense, because that one extra draw you get by going second, it can really help you recover from a slightly awkward hand. Maybe you're missing a third land or something. Tom, well, we said he needed an explosive start, Molly. Look at all of this.
Wow, 5 cards out of the opening hand.
Yeah, I reckon he kept the 7.
I think he kept 7, yep. So we're seeing a Mox Opal and a land.
Urza's Bauble, City of Traders. That's so we can deploy the 2 0-cost artifacts. I think that does mean that that's an Everflowing Chalice for nothing.
It is for nothing.
So that is a blank piece of cardboard, but it is an artifact, which means that it is turning on the Mox Opal, where you can produce 2 and a colorless, and we use that to cast, of course, the premier 3-drop of the 7-point Highlander format, Nightside. It's back.
It's back. What can we say? And brings along with it its own crew of a 2/2 black artifact
Puts
creature.
the Invasion Beams trigger on the stack to create that Necron Warrior token, a black artifact. So Tom already an impressive number of artifacts on turn 1. But
Chalice for 0 is new. I like it. I like it in this. Turning that Mox Opal on is super important, and the ability to then continue to progress your board.
Once again, it's about, you know, my cards are flexible, the floor is low, the ceiling is high. We've seen him cast that Chalice for like X is 6 or something.
Yep.
But in this case, yeah, I'll just put it under the Opal to remind myself and everyone that this is not a mana source in and of itself.
Yep. This is, as you said, a blank piece of cardboard that just has artifact scrawled on it.
Yeah, I +1 artifact count, and Justin goes -1 creature count to you.
Yep.
But at least we get to keep the vehicle around, so assuming Tom's pretty creature-dense deck is able to draw a second threat, at least, this is what I love about vehicles. It gives you that like consistency of playing through removal. You're not just cast a creature that can't attack, it gets killed, I make no dent in your life total. Now every threat will at least result in an attack with the 3/1 flyer.
We're seeing the Bauble revealing a One-Shoe Tong in Justin's hand.
Ooh, okay, so maybe an answer to the 3/1 flyer there. Good game for the Owl.
Grim Monolith.
Been an impressive card this weekend. Tom not really doing as much with it as some of the other decks, but this card does a hell of a lot.
It sure does.
Future Sight for the top of your library. It can cast not only artifacts, but I believe any colorless spell. You can also pay a life to get rid of the top card of your library if it is blocking that line and you really are, you know, sort of jonesing to go harder this turn and play more cards. This has fueled a lot of Tom's wins, it seems, at least the ones we've watched on camera.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, making sure that Tom is staying in the game, not just draw go. Making sure that, you know, he's still got access to things that are relevant out of his deck and just the ability to keep up with these blue decks who are doing things that, whilst not unfair, are very powerful in the stock up or consulting the star charts.
And look at the consequences of these lines
So we've
now.
just seen a Duress finding a land in Tombot's hand.
Because that, I'm not, I guess it doesn't matter, but I'm almost surprised that Justin cast the Duress, right? Like, my opponent's gone from, we talked about the turn 1 Duress, but Tom's first turn was so explosive, Justin felt pressured to Fatal Push the Necron token to protect his life total early, and that meant that no turn 1 Duress, the Mystic Forge came down. Imagine if that Duress had been turn 1, as I'm sure Justin probably planned to.
It would have been a very different outcome, taking out that Mox Opal, I'm sure.
And instead, not only does Tombot have, you know, a pretty good amount of mana, although modest by his standards, now we have the Fleshbreaker in play and the Mystic Forge. So now all of the mana the deck is so proficient at generating can kind of produce a potentially unlimited amount of spells and kill Justin very fast.
I think I understand why Justin still kicked off that Duress, right? If what remained in Tombot's hand was a Sundering Titan or, you know, one of his big threats that he just wasn't quite there yet on, it could have been game-changing for Justin, and he really just wanted to make sure that the way was clear for his combo as he constructs all of those pieces.
Yeah, also, I don't really think Tombot is ever, like, sandbagging and keeping cards in hand that you can Duress anyway after this point. Like, he's going to have the mana to cast them, other than maybe All Is Dust. So you might as well check now, because it's not getting any better.
Yeah, exactly right.
Has to sacrifice the City of Traders, but decides the Inventor Sphere is worth it, and Chalice on 2. This is actually, we glossed over this. This is probably Tom's best interaction. We did see it in the previous match, but Chalice has really dropped off the face of the earth in 7-point Highlander. Here, though, it looks incredible.
It does. It looks exactly as good as it is, and the card is very good.
Okay. So we're casting Diabolic Vision here. Justin looking for answers potentially, or just getting this cantrip out of his hand before it becomes blocked by the Chalice.
I imagine he's just responding to make sure that he can cast it, yes.
Yeah. I mean, he wouldn't mind if it revealed something that answered it, but...
Yeah. Don't think he's going to find anything zero cost right now that'll answer it.
Does not seem that way.
Yeah.
Does get to put one of the cards into his hand. The rest will return to the top of the deck in any order. So it's almost like a brainstorm where you learn what's on top of your library and you can take the card that's good, and if... Oh, no, sorry, this is a Limdal's Vault. This is the other blue-black cantrip in the deck. Sorry, it's a very different card.
I was like, why is he doing this twice?
Why is he doing it more than once? If you're not familiar with Limdal's Vault, you might not be. You can pay life to keep doing this process. So Diabolic Vision is do it once and you draw a card. Limdal's Vault is look at the top 5 cards. If you like them, you can rearrange them. If you don't like them, that's all right. You can pay a measly 1 life and do it again.
Wow.
Yeah, Limdal's Vault for those at home. It's pretty good, actually. A soft staple in Singleton Eternal formats like Commander and indeed 7-point Highlander. Played less commonly in Legacy, although sometimes if you like to leave a specific card on the top or bottom of your deck, which is really relevant in Thoracle, it's just such a unique card in what it has the capacity to do. And,
yeah, that's really unique. I haven't actually seen that resolve so far this weekend.
It's like the nature of the format, right? You see these incredibly niche cards, you would like the Enigma Jewel. It's like, what does that do? Because you wouldn't play it anywhere else.
And I would like to reread this card many times, thank you.
As many times as you choose. You may pay 1 life. Put those cards on the bottom in any order, then look at the top 5 cards of your deck. So this is almost like a double tutor for Thoracle.
Yeah.
Because you can put the cards you want on top, and usually put a card that is at least known to you, if not the exact card you want, on the bottom. And so if the card on top is Consultation, you just get to do the thing.
Do you get to restack all of them, or do you have to restack them in sets of 5?
Put the last cards you looked at, no, it's not Proteus Staff quite. You get to, all of the piles you looked off get shuffled back randomly, and that's your deck.
Yep.
And then you take the last 5 and then put them on top.
Yeah, okay.
So you put them on the bottom in any order and then shuffle, my apologies. But
yep.
You do get to
the last cards.
Rig your top cards, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I got ahead of myself. But to be fair, the card does say put them on the bottom however you want, then shuffle. Tom is also rereading Limdor's Vault.
Yeah.
We're all reading Limdor's Vault right now. Except for the Thoracle players who are patting themselves on the back going, of course we know what this card does. This card's amazing. Why don't you play this card? Look at this. Pay life. I pay like 6 life. I see my whole deck.
Yeah, it's very strong. It's really interesting.
Would you rather pay 6 points for 6 life or how many points Vampiric Tutor is?
Yeah, it's a very interesting interaction here.
Anyway.
So we see Chalice of the Void resolve now after having sat on the stack while Justin looked at the top 30 cards of his deck.
Yeah, and the other cool thing is, like Vampiric or Demonic Tutor, you don't have to tell your opponent what the card is that you were vaulting for or even decide ahead of time. So Justin's found something satisfactory or maybe just had to stop because he's on 6 life.
Yep. Also an option there. And as we said earlier, Justin Chung does not care about his life total unless it's 0. So, not taking entirely a huge risk, but definitely dropping quite low.
He cares about having a life total.
He cares about having a life total, and I imagine he's trying to be quite confident that he's going to assemble his combo this turn, knowing that Tombot is currently tapped out, even though he does have threats on the board that are threatening to take Justin to 0.
The cool thing about Chalice is that normally you would say, as we saw in the previous matchup, Justin's go-to card if you can tutor for anything in your deck and it's not the combo is Hurkyl's Recall. But that is also a 2-mana spell.
It sure is. 1 and 1 blue.
So at this point, if Justin wants to combo through the Chalice, he could just go the long way and win with Jace plus Consultation, which is a 4-mana and a 1-mana spell.
Yep.
But, that's a little bit trickier, at least in terms of needing to have the mana to cast both. And Tom can interact with Jace in the meantime if you don't do it all in one turn.
Exactly right, yeah. It's Jace being the alternate win condition around Thassa here in this deck. Often, it is one of the more played Jaces now. But
poor old Jace the Mind Sculptor.
I know, but we did see yesterday.
Yeah. In one of our decks, it's still alive in top 4. No, sorry, that was in the Blue Moons list.
It was in the Blue Moons list.
The other Planeswalkers are in the Basil Brush deck. Sorry, Jace.
Yes, exactly. But we are looking at Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, as the alternate win con there for the Thoracle deck.
It is it's sort of an answer to the Stifle that we saw yesterday. We were asking, how does this deck beat a Stifle? At least Jace makes them need 2 Stifles.
Yeah.
Because they need to stifle usually both the active ability and then the trigger when you draw naturally from your empty library to not
And
lose.
it's not that Justin doesn't have an answer to a stifle anyway, right? He is running Force of Will, he's running Force of Negation.
Actually, before I make my second rules gaff of the weekend, sorry, that's a replacement effect. So actually, this is a really good answer to stifle.
Yes.
You win the game instead. I love that. If you would lose the game, instead win the game. Pretty great stuff to have written on your cards.
Yep. I like winning the game, Tom, just personally.
I'm mid on it. I think we had this discussion yesterday. It's winning the game is all right, but Wizards of Culture understand there's more to life than just winning. However, we are at a pretty serious tournament right now, and these players have come too far to just give in and lose. Justin going to defend himself however he can, and right now that looks like one Shitong for X is 1.
They're drawing 1 card. It seems to be resolving with no interaction. Oh, sorry, drawing 0 cards, it's rounded down.
Yeah, half of X. Well, because normally I'm so used to it cantripping because it's almost always cast in response to a fetch land, right?
Yes.
But Tom's deck is not really on fetch lands, weirdly enough.
We've seen so far an Inventor's Fair, a Tolarian Academy, and a City of Traders.
Actually, is this in response to the Fair being cracked?
Oh, it might be.
The Fair is in the graveyard. We have a Tolarian Academy for mana now. And I wouldn't blame Tom for thinking, I've got a good spot right now. I need to go and get a really heavy hitter to finish things off. I'm sure Justin drawing a card off the Owl won't ruin that plan.
Yeah,
that's a threat.
Yeah, we're looking at a Lodestone Golem that will also significantly impact Justin's ability to create a combo.
Yeah, so it's really cool. Not only do you have to not play the 2-cost spells, but now your 4-cost Jace is actually 5, and your 1-cost Consultation is actually 2. So really taxing Justin's mana as well as limiting which cards are available for him to actually win the game. Unless and until he removes, of course, this Chalice of the Void.
Exactly right.
So, if we were trying to drop away for Tom to win, this is getting close. We're also going to ping Justin down to 5 now with the Glaring Fleshraker.
He's doing a very good job of assembling the pieces that we knew that he needed, which was all of the prison components to lock Justin out of his combo.
And this is why I feel like the Mystic Forge is maybe the linchpin of the deck, even though every other card is so powerful, because his deck is so consistent at making tons of mana, somehow more than you can spend even on these big artifacts in Eldrazi. So being able to cast as many cards as you can get to, basically, is such an upside. It makes the deck so much faster and more predatory.
Yeah. That's exactly right. And Tom doing a very good job of making his deck more resilient to that by drawing multiple cards per turn.
Okay, so it looks like Justin basically forced to trade the Owl for the Night Side there. I think that was Crew with my Lodestone Golem to basically hastily attack with 3 power, more or less, and also gets in with the Flesh Raker, it looks like. So now the Lodestone Golem applying, as it usually does, both life total pressure and a sort of more
pressure.
Meta game, exactly, attacking the mana base pressure. What a card.
What a card.
Cube enjoyers out there, what do you rate Lodestone Golem?
Yeah, let
Do
us
you
know
like
in
this
the chat.
guy? Do you hate this guy? I'm a fan.
This guy's the best.
This guy's the best, right? Yeah, Molly and I agree.
The rare case where Tom and I agree on a card value.
Lodestone Golem for president.
Mm-hmm.
So, wow, Justin down to 1 after that attack, which is relevant.
Yeah.
Can't crack fetches, you know, we're caring about our mana right now. Surveils away the long goodbye. Unfortunately, it's a little late for that one, especially when your spells cost 1 more. See,
there's a fetch.
Yeah, Justin has to pick it up. Tom got there. And so as with their earlier match on coverage, these 2 titans of Australian Magic go to 3 games. You love to see it in your semifinals.
I love to see it personally. It's brilliant. I was just about to make a comment where playing 7-point Highlander is one of the formats where I get stuck shuffling the most. And we were just sitting here watching both players shuffle their decks, and I was like, yep. Oh, God, my hands are too small for this. Double-sleeved cards at 60 cards is, wow, that's a lot of cards and a lot of shuffling.
I will always greatly prefer paper Magic for a multitude of reasons to playing on any kind of digital client, but I will say, not having to manually shuffle my library 5 times a turn, offer it to my opponent, sometimes have them shuffle if we're taking it really serious. Cut back to me, I draw 1 card off an Enchantress trigger, then I shuffle again. I don't miss that when I'm playing online.
Yeah, my patience doesn't extend that far. I tend to play linear decks for almost that exact reason.
But you still play fetches, right?
Of course I do.
You can't get away from it.
You just can't.
It's too good.
Yeah.
Ah, well. At least it gives us more time to enjoy the company of not only these great players, but you in the chat at home and anyone watching these VODs. It's been a fantastic weekend of Magic here at the 7-Point Highlander Nationals. If you're a veteran of the format since '96, or if you're new, just kind of going, what is this weird Magic format that's being played here on YouTube? We hope you're enjoying the cast and some of these excellent matches. I think the decks are sick today. I love these play patterns. I love this format.
Yeah, I can't rate it enough. It's having a brilliant time here for top 8. Getting to watch some of the best players in Australian Magic duke it out, and I'm so glad that Tom's come back for game 3, and that we got to see his deck do what it wants to do in the face of locking down a Thassa's Oracle combo. I mean, it's only fair, right? Justin got to do what he wanted to do in game 1, and Tom got to do what he wanted to do in game 2, and now here we are for game 3, and they're going to have to duke it out to see who gets to do their preferred avenue of Magic.
That is true. If you were scripting this like a sports movie or something, we kind of have we've got like a 3-act structure here. We've sort of seen what Justin can do. We've seen what Thomas can do, and now we're here seeing who's actually got the extra heart, the purity of heart, or the strength of will. Who's going to give 125%, whatever the sports tropes you want to use are, to get over the line. Of course, both these players quite familiar with each other, still enjoying themselves, still having a chat, totally casual despite the high stakes, sort of riding on this match. And if you want to make the stakes even higher, if you want to add a little bit of sauce to it, this isn't just, Justin versus Tom. This isn't just fair versus unfair deck. This is also Melbourne versus Sydney. Chromatic Games Ashfield repping in the top there for Justin. Plenty of games, the premier Melbourne game store, or at least central Melbourne game store for Thomas Bott. Choose your sides in the chat.
Apparently a recent Plenty of Games match, finals match was Tom versus Justin in a winner diamond event where these two had to play off. So there's a joke in the chat that they are destined to play off at every tournament.
They are kind of the protagonist and deuteragonist at this point, it seems like, of 7-Point. Although players like Matthew Judas still in our top 4, putting in a very strong case for themselves, and you never really have one player's story, but these are storied players, and I love that we do have this sort of rivalry to comment on. It's always fun to see players with some history, especially when they're still amicable with each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a grudge match, but it is a match of two respectful peers.
Yeah. Someone in the chat also pointed out that the Leyline of Sanctity that we saw in Juzz's hand that ended up mulliganed last round actually gives you hexproof, and therefore the Kozilek's command can't target Juzza to make him draw a card when his library is empty.
You know, shout-outs to the chat. You know, these are decks
That's
that
a good line.
I have not cast the card Kozilek's command, and I didn't realize that mode could target your opponent. So it's something that you look for in every deck that plays against Oracle, because it is like the gotcha. It's such a cheeky way to win. But yeah, Tom.
I love that.
Yeah, exactly. Again, it seems like a marginal thing, and Justin didn't prioritize it enough to keep that hand. But you'd hate to lose like that in a match like this.
Look, chat pointing out the lines. I love it.
We have really good players. I mean, there are good players in our chat. I'm sure a lot of the players who were in the room yesterday are in the chat now. So
that's definitely what we're seeing.
Shout outs to chat.
Cool. We're shuffling up, ready to go. It looks like Tom's taking mulligan.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, to be fair, we didn't really point it out because we didn't catch it in the first game of the first match, but Tom was the beneficiary of his opponent on Black-White Taxes mulling to 4, I heard.
That's
so maybe this is just karma coming back around, but we hope that Tom gets a playable hand here, and it does seem like there's a Serum Powder exiled over there, so maybe this is just to 7, the free mull.
The free mull.
What a card.
Serum Powder.
And that does mean some other cards are exiled. I think Serum Powder requires you to basically set aside that first hand.
It does, yes, that's correct.
Tom isn't playing a deck like Consultation where if you accidentally exile the wrong card, you have 50% as much chance to win.
Yes.
They're all kind of just big colorless idiots. So unless Torpor Orb was in that hand, I feel he's okay with that.
Yeah, and I think that would have been a calculated risk that Tom was taking, because he also just had the legitimate option to do a real mulligan.
That is also something you can just mull to 6 and ignore your Serum Powder, not reveal it.
Yeah, no, it was rough for Jake. We actually missed, because we missed the start of the shuffling up for the previous match that he had mulled to 4, which was why he ran out of cards in his hand so fast.
Yeah, I just assumed that he was overpowered by the gigantic Eldrazi and artifacts, but having only 4 cards and then getting 2 of them immediately wiped off the board is not a great beginning. But that's how it goes, right? You play a whole tournament of the Swiss, and then it's still single elim once you get to top 8. It can be very brutal, and that's why you have to kind of take top 8 as its own badge of honor.
Yeah, look, I spoke to Jake after, and he was just saying I had to mulligan aggressively. Like, I had to have hands that very specifically interacted with what Tom was trying to do. 7 did nothing, 6 did nothing, 5 wasn't a playable hand, and then 4 was what we went with.
Yeah, I think if you look at the names of the players who've been knocked out of the top 8 already, and even the players who just missed top 8, like, it's a who's who, right? So
absolutely.
These players are still here, but, you know, they're just the best of an incredibly good class already, and we are
Devourer of Destiny
opening on Gemstone Cavern. So I think we've got multiple pre-game actions, and Justin's asking about this as well, because you can reveal Devourer of Destiny to its own ability, and then also reveal you have a Gemstone Caverns, which is essentially starting the game a land up on the draw. Huge for Tom. That does cost you a card from hand. So it's like he mulled to 6, but also gets to ramp 1 like he's on the play. Gemstone Caverns is a crazy card.
It's really interesting. If it's in your open hand and you're not the starting player, you may begin the game with it in play.
But it's one of those cards where, especially for a colorless deck, it's almost the only opportunity cost of it is not playing a different utility land. And this is pretty hot utility in game 3.
Yeah.
Gitaxian Probe reveals a hell of a hand for Tom. Not only Chalice of the Void, but Workshops and City of Traders to potentially play it on 1. Can Justin follow this up with a hand attack spell?
Going to need to, otherwise that Chalice is coming down next turn.
He's got a Force at least, so there's some armor against it.
Force and a Brainstorm, so can actually do the Force.
We've got Waterlog Teachings, another Limdal's Vault, it seems like. A different blue-black land, Spellseeker, Brainstorm, Force. Pretty good keep from Juzza.
It's a very good keep from Juzza. It was a good mull. Oh, sorry, it was good. He kept it 7. Yeah. And I don't know, can you fill me in, Tom? Does Waterlog Teachings come in untapped?
I already did my mea culpa for this, Molly. Why are you calling me out in front of chat? You get like with this.
Oh, I did it too.
About once per tournament, we on commentary. You know, you miss lethal, you miss a line. I apologize to everyone on Earth for getting overly excited. I just assume Justin has it. You know, he's got that aura. You're like, of course he would, with the last card of his last consult the star charts, draw the last thing he needs to cast the only win con in his deck on 1 life.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we are fallible here in commentary.
You don't need to keep reminding them. Nah, it's fine.
No, but I made that mistake too.
We are learning.
I was helping our watchers
Yes.
at home learn along with us.
Like I said, I said I was disappointed to not get to commentate Lachlan's Breach Bond combo deck.
Breach Bond Druid.
But
Yep.
I would not have envied the Breach Bond players in the chat screaming at me about how Dragon Rage Channeler is essential to enable Lotus Petal alternate breach lines, because I don't move in those ways. You all are on a different dimensional mindset. I cast creatures and attack. We are not the same.
Here
Chalice
we
of
are,
the
Chalice
Void.
of the Void.
Finally, we get to the Magic, and to be fair, this is a really consequential turn. I don't blame either player for thinking a lot about it, but this is Chalice tapping Workshops. We've got 2 floating mana.
No, it's Chalice for 2.
Oh, it's Chalice for, of course, Chalice for 2.
Yeah.
XX, yes, Workshop tapping for 3.
Chalice tapping
for
4
2.
mana to cast because it's not currently resolved. Oh, it is resolving. It's we are fetching for a tapped land.
Cool, okay.
Sure.
Yep, Chalice on 2. I mean, it's not lights out for Justin. We talked about it last match. You could just cast 2 other cards and win the game instead. And
There are lots of ways around this for the Thassa deck, for
yeah,
sure.
I got ahead of myself. Chalice on 1, much more common, but when you can play 4 mana on turn 1, thanks to 2 really outrageous lands, Chalice on 2 on turn 1, why not?
Yeah, Inquisition of Kozilek going into the bin off that Surveil. And
Oh,
then
okay, we are forcing the Chalice. It didn't actually resolve
it
yet.
hadn't resolved yet.
That makes a lot more sense. I was like, look, I trust Justin if he thinks that the Force is a more valuable resource. Maybe he's like, I'll force your threat and tutor for the other win cons, but I like keeping the Chalice off the table.
I agree with that line. I think that Justin, it's not that he learned his lesson. He already knew that lesson. No one's teaching Justin Chung anything.
Well, maybe his opponents, right?
He definitely saw that impact of that Chalice last game.
You can always learn from, your injuries. But Justin, to be fair, has barely lost this tournament and did beat Tom before. So while I'm sure he respects his opponent here, he has every right to be confident in his play. Brainstorm now looking at hand attack spells, looking at, I think that's the Alt Art of Recall, or the Old Art of Recall, the original. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I don't think there's a recall in here.
No?
No.
Okay. We're going to get a Verge. Fair enough. We've got Strix in hand, still have that Spell Seeker, still have that Vault. So Justin has a lot of access to any cards he wants. It's just a matter of playing carefully, not letting Tom get set up the way that he did in game 1, and then Justin will have every opportunity to do the combo.
Yeah, exactly right. Are we, I mean, Justin Chung's keeping that Strix in hand. Do we think it's going to hit the battlefield? I mean, Tom's not exactly creating a board of threats right this second.
I guess the benefit of Strix is you never mind playing it proactively unless you're desperate to hold the mana up. You don't hate putting a Death Touch blocker into play against a creature deck and drawing a card.
Yeah, for sure. Looking now, we've got cards that are revealed for Tombot, and then we've also got 2 cards in hand that are unknown to us currently. So got our land, City of Traders coming in. We've got an Expedition map hitting the field with 2 floating mana, and Mishra's Bauble.
This is one of the decks where the map is like actually really interesting in terms of what it's going to get, because there's a ton of targets. It's not, I go and get my Cradle. You could go and get your Cradle. You could
right now, that's not super useful.
No, okay, I'm not suggesting that is what Tom is about to do, assuming we do crack the map here. Do you go and get Inventor's Fair to turn this into a sort of roundabouts artifact tutor, assuming you have other artifacts? Do you go and get one of the other colorless lands, like Ugin's Labyrinth?
Yeah.
That's more consistent in this moment.
Even there's a Tolarian Academy, right?
Yeah, there is, there is. That's also tapping for, well, now we've cracked the bauble.
I was going to say, it was tapping for 2, but...
Well, if you sack the map for it, yeah.
I guess so. You're entirely right.
To be fair, Tom very easily generates more artifacts, so if you went and got the Academy, I wouldn't even blink, but that's what I mean. It's an open question. We haven't really seen Tom get to the Urza's lands part of his deck either. Like, we've seen the odd tower or power plant in play. I believe we saw Urza's Workshop in the first round today, the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
But that is another way that the deck can generate a ton of mana.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tron in Highlander yet on coverage.
Not on the table.
Yeah.
Only parts.
Spellseeker coming down from Justin Chung.
And revealing, much to Tom's consternation, a demonic consultation. So that's a statement of intent if there ever was one. Whether that means that Justin just doesn't have a different target in the deck that he feels is important enough to come before the combo, or whether Justin is sort of feeling he's only a turn away from closing things out and moving on to our grand finals, only he can say.
I think Justin really wants to be proactive in his role in this matchup. He wants to be making sure that that combo hits as soon as possible before Tom can do too much with his mana that he's managed to generate so far.
Yeah, I mean, with that Force of Will, it seems like you fended off Tom's first best shot, right? Like, that Chalice, I'd argue, is definitely the card that won Tom that game.
I would definitely agree.
So having beaten that, why give him the chance to draw a Trinisphere or something else that actually bothers you? And you're not being presented by a clock right now, just go for it.
Yeah, we've watched Justin pilot this deck a couple different times over the weekend, and also both on and off stream, and very much the go for it guy.
Yeah, I think we're 2 turns away at this point, depending on the top deck. We've got 1 combo piece in hand. We need the Thoracle. You can Lindell's Vault for the Thoracle, unless Tom does a bunch of damage right here to reduce the power of that Vault, and you can do that in Tom's end step. So...
Yep, Lindell's Vault happening at instant speed.
Or are we cast... Oh, the Consultation, I think, is just being revealed because it is known information.
Yep, that's correct.
And Tom...
Yeah, Justin Chung's tapped out right now.
Yeah, exactly. Tom thinking about his lines, because I'm sure Tom is aware of what this represents. I mean, for all he knows, he could be dead when Justin untaps.
Yep.
What can he possibly do? He is mapping for...
Currently mapping for... Oh, in the tank.
Urza's Saga, the one card we didn't name. Great, okay. But I like this. Urza's Saga can eventually get Torpor Orb. I don't know if the deck has any sort of funky ways to accelerate, to read ahead the Urza's Saga to get to the Search Your Library for an artifact card.
I don't think there's anything that allows read ahead in Tom's list that I've seen.
No.
And 3 turns from now is maybe a little slow.
Yeah, no Khan's Bastion to proliferate or anything like that, I think, in this list. Justin just double-checking the text on Eldrazi Confluence. I don't think any of the modes are terribly relevant here. But look, I'd be lying if I said I didn't quickly reread the card in case it said counter-target triggered ability somewhere on it.
Yep.
You never know with these new colorless interaction spells.
And there's a few of them and they do wacky wild things.
So, Tombot.
I love watching these decks where our pilots have to make really specific choices and we're learning from them. Like, we as commentary and you watching along at home, we are all learning from these very experienced pilots, both of whom who have helped curate these decks that they're playing, in Tom's case.
Oh, he just has it!
Creating it. Oh, there we go. And just has the Torpor Orb.
The Urza Saga was a smokescreen. The orb was in hand all along. So Tombot putting on the stack probably his best card in the 75 for this matchup. What does Justin have? He's already spent Force of Will. It looks like it's just resolving because Tom seems to be considering casting the Confluence.
So it was indeed Agatha all along. And now we've got the Eldrazi Confluence taking out the Spellseeker.
Yeah.
Interesting choice. What do you think he was trying to achieve with that? Just taking a creature off the battlefield?
I think it's he's using it. He had some mana floating. It looked like
yes.
from the workshop, and
so
he's
creating 2 Scions.
Or from the City of Traders. I think earlier in the turn is a more legal play. We'll assume it's that. And
it was, yes. He tapped the City of Traders before he played the Saga.
Yeah, for a moment I was like, hang on a second. Oh yeah, there was a City of Traders there earlier. That was a long turn. And so Tombot produces some Eldrazi Scions, cleans up the Spellseeker. I don't.
And resolves a Torpor Orb. That's the big bit.
I don't think Justin's playing Flare of Denial, so I'm not 100% sure what that plays around, but it removes the blocker.
It sure does.
Why not?
So Justin's really just going to be looking to prosecute his own strategy here, right? He's looking to make sure that he can still combo off if needed.
And he has the card he needs to combo off in hand. Jace is unimpeded by that Torpor Orb, so Thoracle, obviously plan 1A of the deck. If you can't deal with the Torpor Orb on the table, win with plan 1B.
Yep.
But plan 1B costs 4 mana, and then another one at least for the Consultation, and right now Justin has 3 lands. So that was how he lost one game to Tom in their earlier matchup. It might also cost him here.
Yep, that's definitely true. Torpor Orb managing to completely fizzle the Thassa's Oracle trigger, and Justin really needing to find those additional lands to be able to get this this combo running. I imagine we're going to see a Baleful Strix, both as a blocker and the ability to draw a card after that case to just help Justin power into that. Oh no, here we go.
Yeah, Limdal's Vault, I mean, no matter what, right? You may as well, if you're not casting a more relevant spell right now, the Vault in your hand can be converted into a more relevant spell at any time. This seems like a perfectly good time to do it. And what is Justin going to try and... Because technically you can Vault for any card in your deck, so long as you're willing to pay enough life. And, I mean, the Hercule's Recall is live if you wanted to open up Thoracle as an option. You could just Vault for a land.
Is very clearly not vaulting for a land because we did just see an island there in that second pile.
Seems a bit desperate at that point, but...
Yeah, I don't think that that's going to be strategically where Justin wants to be. He's looking for an answer to that Torpor Orb.
Yeah, fair enough as well, because then you can go back to playing kind of patiently, I guess.
It also just means that were anything to happen to his Jace, he's got additional outs in this deck.
Yeah, there is still that Kozilek's command. I don't think we've seen it so far in this game, so that's like the piece of stack interaction that's kind of threatening you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Warping Whale, I don't think would come in. I mean, maybe it does come in this matchup just for being some kind of stack interaction with some of the cards.
Yeah, so Kozilek's command being probably the big one. Warping Whale, potentially.
Yeah, in any case, Justin is definitely making sure if it's free for me kind of guy, right? You wouldn't just rush this decision. You think about all these things. Counter target sorcery spell. I mean, this is the deck to be countering sorcery spells against.
That's exactly right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 different piles from Justin, losing 8 life, going to 6.
Ouch. I mean, if you find the card you want, I assume you think that's good enough, but you're like, I wish that was 10 cards into my library instead of 42.
Yeah.
I would love to have a lot more life.
Yeah, we feel like ad nauseum at this point.
Yeah. It kind of is ad nauseum before ad nauseum.
Yeah.
Justin feeling pretty sick of it right now, I bet.
Please no one tell my husband about the existence of that card, otherwise we'll be seeing ad nauseum in 7-point Highlander.
Yeah. So, I mean...
Justin drawing the card.
Drawing the card. And, I mean, those are Eldrazi Scions, right? I always get the 1-0, 0-1s and the 1-1s mixed up. So Tom's clock suddenly pretty real. Now looking much realer because, of course, that Urza's Saga.
Taking Justin to 6.
And this is why Tom got it. He's like, I've got the Torpor Orb in hand. I need a clock. This is the fastest way to get, even better than the Inventor's Fair, tutoring for a big artifact, is just Saga that makes big artifacts.
Yeah, we got Saga ticking up.
So maybe Justin did go for the Hercules there, although I thought he had it in hand. In fact, he does, right? That's the top card we saw there?
Yes.
Yeah, so now it's going to be forced out at the very least. And I'm sure Tom is expecting that to happen at some point. Justin's just too good at finding his key cards to miss it.
He just paid 8 life for things, so Tom has to assume that Justin has answers.
Yep. Everyone hanging on Justin's turn, or Justin's expenditure of mana here. Tom's deck, I guess we kind of can see the lines a little bit earlier in advance just because it is kind of a conventional creature deck. Justin playing it close to the chest. Tom's going to do his best to limit the available options here, and has done a heroic job so far for a matchup we thought he was maybe a little disadvantaged in.
And particularly this game 3, with Justin on the play, Tom was definitely at the disadvantage, and the ability to cast a Chalice and make Justin use answers, now again with the Torpor Orb. It's going to be interesting because, we do know that Justin has that Hercule's Recall. I don't think Tom is going to overcommit, but I imagine that we're going to see that Hercule's Recall now that that construct has hit the battlefield.
I think that's why Tom was thinking so long on whether or not to take advantage of that last window to activate the Saga, the classic double construct token line in response to the third trigger, and decides that even if these tokens are imminently to get bounced by the recall, it's worth forcing Justin to do that and not some smaller removal spell on one or flash in a Strixen block.
Exactly. It's it is worth making Justin use his answers.
Make them have it.
Because, you have to make him have it. And we're sitting here in the semi-finals of the top 8 of the 7-point National Highlander Championships.
Okay, another little layer of protection. I mean, we've already seen the Force of Will this game, but the bauble still doesn't hurt. I mean, Justin is not... Maya's list is playing other free counter spells like Flare of Denial, but I confirm Justin is not that I can see.
No, I've not seen it in Justin's list.
It makes the constructs bigger. It cantrips. We're not questioning the card.
Yep.
Oh, it runs Pact of Negation in the main board, which I have no idea if Justin left in.
Yeah, we've got Force of Negation, Force of Will, and
Sure.
Pact of Negation.
So
yes.
there's at least 2 free counter spells that card is turning off right now if they are left in the main. Of course, Justin's going to turn them back on by bouncing essentially Tom's entire board to hand. But at least we can immediately redeploy some of it with that workshop. The Scions do stay in, and Justin's life is now only for 2 more turns. Those little squid, worm, eel, parasite, nasty-looking things. And that will be a surprisingly humbling end for our 3-time Nationals champion.
That's it. He's got to have that combo in the next 2 turns.
Can Tom resolve? Oh, that's a great start.
Yep.
I mean, you've got the mana off workshop for Bauble into Torpor Orb here. Bauble as a counterspell check and then the key piece.
So Vexing Bauble
resolves, I think we see from Justin there. Tom very carefully.
Yep, thinking about every movement here.
If you play 1 more artifact, it's almost mana neutral. That definitely is. So Metalcraft online for Mox Opal and a Grim Monolith in play untapped.
I think Justin said yes to that. Grim Monolith has landed.
I love the control player. You don't even know if they have counterspells, but they're going to say yes or no to everything you say anyway, just to give the vibe. And now Tom goes for it. Torpor Orb and Wastegate Battle Mage.
Okay, those things all resolved then.
So Justin now under maximum pressure.
So we're seeing from Justin, there's a Thassa's Oracle in hand, there's a Jace Wielder of Mysteries, and there's a Demonic Consultation in hand, which is on the field, just playing open-handed, and there's a 4th card.
Baleful Strix?
Baleful Strix,
It's still there from, yeah, it's been there a long while. So Baleful Strix doesn't draw a card. Thassa's Oracle is a 1/3 with no text.
Crack that fetch.
Crack that fetch to 3, which means that now I think the Wastegate Battle Mage on its own is lethal.
That's true.
Justin obviously does not plan to go to Tom's next combat step if he can possibly help it.
No, but you can see they're both smiling and they're both, please show me.
So what can Justin do here? You can resolve Jace, but you've still got a pretty hefty library there.
Yep.
Can you produce an additional mana somehow? We're going to produce 2 blockers.
2 blockers.
2 innocuous vanilla creatures. I have a 1/1 flyer and a 1/3 for 2. We are playing limited.
Yep,
My deck is not very good. Please don't kill me.
Please do not read all of this text on Thassa's Oracle. Currently irrelevant.
Torpor Orb towering over the battlefield like a colossus.
Yep. You're not wrong. So we are watching Tombot count up his damage right now and say prayers of thanks to Torpor Orb.
I will say there's something I respect the hell out of the combo player who goes, okay, Thassa's Oracle today, you are chump blocking. Like, you are not a card anymore. Get out there and stand in front of an Eldrazi for me. Jace, you're in.
Yep.
You're off the bench, buddy.
You're up, mate. It's your time to shine.
Yeah, now is your chance to justify your place in the 70. I mean, Jace is a bit more than a pinch hitter of this deck, right? Like,
Yes.
we're not questioning the position of it, but it does, the extra 2 mana hurts so much for Justin right now. Like, you have multiple layers of combo win in hand, and somehow none of them quite work that turn.
Yep. And, you know, we are seeing Tombot pilot his signature deck. This is Tombot's bots, and he is showing us how it works.
And shout out to this guy, the Barefoot Assassin. He's staying grounded at this moment, drawing energy from the earth, and look how calm he is.
Justin Chung is well known for his poker face.
But neither player sweating at all in this match. They have just playing it out with style and aplomb right down to the wire as Justin does resolve Jace, Wielder of Mysteries.
It happens.
Hey, Tom didn't attack. Obviously,
He did not attack
there is
Science
a death
into a
touch
1/3 and a
blocker.
1/1, yes.
Yeah. So you would just deal 1 damage, and then the maths doesn't work out favorably for you from there with the Eldrazi Scion into Thorical matchup. And so now we're just going to start fairly upticking Jace, Wielder of Mysteries like this is War of the Spark Limited, I guess.
Look, set was good.
It draws some cards.
Yeah, we're watching Thassa's Oracle block. The worst rare to open in Limited, but definitely a different player in this kind of game.
Hey, it's great. It fixes your deck. You can get a lot of blue devotion if you try hard. If you already opened Thassa, the not God of the Sea, but the one in that set, it was pretty decent, I recall.
Yeah,
Certainly not the terror it became in Constructed.
And unfortunately, the 2-2 wastegate battle mage.
Oh, it's a 2-2. My apologies.
Yeah,
I thought it was. I'm squinting at the card from our commentary screen. Is that a 3? No. Okay, it's a 2. Apologies.
I think if it was a 3, it was absolutely going straight in. With Justin Chung on 3, I'd be trying my luck on that Death Toucher too.
I should put more respect on Thassa's Oracle. It's a great defender here.
Well-known blocker, Thassa's Oracle.
As if we haven't praised the card enough. Tom cracking Urza's Cave here. This can get any land tapped. Can one of these lands crack things open? It'd be a cool time to have a creature land. I mean, Urza's Workshop, I think, is probably the best. Oh, okay, we're going a different line here. Are we phasing out a blocker? The Talon Gates of Martyr are one of the most powerful utility lands in recent memory. It doesn't matter if that end is tapped or not. And Tom trying to open up a crack here. If we take Justin down to just one blocker, he can swing. Consign the trigger from the Talon Gates. Justin did, probably not for that reason, but beautiful, beautiful reason to side in. I mean, this is why people main deck Consign to Memory.
It absolutely is.
There's almost always something.
There we go, and it's done.
And is that Justin picking it up?
No, that was Tombot offering the hand.
Oh, of course, we've got Demonic Consultation after the Jace. Just enough mana, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, the stifle on that, or the consigned memory on that trigger, unfortunately, took Tom out of the running.
Tom with nothing else in hand. That was the last shot. I mean, it was a really cool shot.
It was a great shot.
I couldn't see how many cards Tom had in hand, and I wasn't sure if that was just the opening salvo or the whole thing. But Justin, I mean, the plot armor of this guy, the 3-time Nationals champion, he does have protagonist aura here. Look at that. You would think of all the things in that deck that you might consign. The Chalice, the threats, even like Wastegate Battle Mage trigger on my thought. Like, no. Talon Gates, that's what I've got to answer.
The patience, the nerves of steel, the Justin Chung.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we like to see, right? Did you talk about, oh, what a simple combo deck. You just play A plus B. No, Justin using every part of the buffalo there. Thassa's Oracle is an incredibly necessary blocker into, you know, consign your land trigger into Jace victory.
What an incredible Game 3. This was, you know, everything that we could ask of from this semi-finals match between Tombot and Justin Chung. They did it again. We saw it in the Swiss yesterday, both taking each other to Game 3, making each other have the outs. Thassa's Oracle as a blocker, my gosh, what a game.
It seems these two are just destined to do this forever, and you can't separate the two by anything more than that hair's breadth. One life, last attack, last card.
Incredible players, incredible game. Congratulations, Justin. You are on to the finals, and we will see you a little bit later. But for right now, we're going to take a quick break while we get our second semi-final up and running. We've got Matthew Judas versus
Maxwell Ashurst.
Maxwell Ashurst. Thank you very much, Tom. And we will be seeing them for the second round of semi-finals right after this.
Steady fucking drinking and shit. Trying to get this right, man. It sucks being up all night, knowing what you want to say, but can't find the words to express yourself, you know what I'm saying? This is what this one's gonna be about. You know it sucks when you can't write from your heart. When you're up until 3 a.m. looking for words in the dark, grabbing your head, drinking instead of hustling for that bread. This need to escape, playing a game of chance like roulette. Live with no regrets, give it your best instead of pleasing people. I started writing cause I just wanted to breathe a little. Give me my space, create a place to be myself. Take me away, I live and learn because knowledge is wealth. Picking up pennies, experience I've gained from the city. Yo, that's enough to spread some love and help the people with me. Do what you want, don't never let nobody tell you different. This is your life and nobody can tell you how to live it. I give it 100% and nothing less. Develop your talents, cause that's how I cope with the stress. The rest will follow suit. All that's gotta be done is be you. All you have to do is be you. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing, pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. The more that I write, it's like I find out more about me. The more that I see, embracing every soul that I meet. From Colombia to Vegas, I love the places I've been. When I search for inspiration, you know I just look within. Spending these minutes, testing my limits, constructing sentences. Passing emotion, that's how you feel what my lyrics is. Different perspectives is all that I really search for. When opportunity shows itself, I walk through that open door. Embrace the change, always learn from mistakes. Open your heart to love, that's when potential awakes. In space, I'm daydreaming, levitate through the ceiling. Clearing my mind so I can kick freestyles in the evening. Relieving stress that I gain throughout the day. Never lose motivation or focus on getting paid. Cause money ain't everything, just shit that keep us in line. Learn to love what's important, I guarantee you'll be fine. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing, pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing, pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. When I look in the mirror. Maybe one day, you know what I'm saying? Maybe one day.
Welcome back. You are joining us for the second semi-final of the 7-Point Highlander National Championships, coming to you from CANCON in beautiful sunny Canberra, Australia. My name's Molly Rowe. I'm here today with Thomas Anderson. How's it going, Tom?
I'm having a great time. Obviously, the sun's out there, but Canberra is still very well represented, especially in this second semi-final. Here we have, I believe, 2 different ACT players dominating the tournament that started here in Canberra. So ACT Pride, you can hear it kind of thrumming throughout the room. Good games, Canberra City. Matthew Judas, one of the preeminent hot players in the Magic scene of Australia right now. But Maxwell Ashurst put on an incredible tournament display, repping Jolt Games. I was hanging out there on Friday night. Pretty good game store, got to say, for a first time visiting Canberra.
Couldn't believe how big it was.
Yeah, spacious well. Good time to go there. So if you're right here, if you're at the next Nationals, check out Jolt. Hell, check out Good Games Canberra City. But these 2 players, they represent the cream of the crop of those respective stores, no doubt. And these 2 decks, I'm excited to see how they match up. I'm not going to pretend I know, Molly.
I'm excited to see how they match up too. Look, I think I have my money on Storm here. I think that particularly right now, with Matthew Judas most likely on the play because he's second seed, he'll be coming out swinging, I imagine, putting together that Storm combo as fast as possible.
It's intimidating, isn't it? It's like, you know, the Black Lotus deck played by usually some of the very best players, like by consensus in the room. And
piloted by Matthew Judas, who is undeniably among them. Yes, correct.
Yeah, but I mean, Maxwell, like, his deck's very complicated. Team Bust Up, I think, you know, which he's part, built this deck, so can't solely credit Max, but I'm sure he had a big hand in it and has been piloting it very adeptly through different matches. We only saw it once on the coverage, but it looked great there. That card, the Enigma Jewel, that's off to the side, that's not the actual card. I think we're using a lot of sort of double-faced card replacements in the deck to avoid any sort of mishap with those double-faced cards. But it's nice to see the sort of key cards laid out on the side.
Yeah, it's telling us what to expect from Maxwell's deck right now.
Yeah, between that and the Zerta Companion, I think this guy might be activating some abilities, Molly.
I hear that that's good in this deck.
Yeah, fondly known as Basil Brush to his friend, Zerta the Dawnwaker has been really going gangbusters this tournament. We've seen a surprising number of companions all throughout the event. If you weren't tuning in to our 8 Swiss rounds yesterday, you really missed out on the coverage. We saw a ton of awesome decks and great players. Go back and check out the VODs here on the channel.
And 2 very different Zerta decks piloted by incredible Magic players, Maxwell Ashurst and Isaac Lee.
And apparently there was a 3rd different again Zerta list running around.
Wow.
I was asking yesterday, where's the Time Vault? No, it's too many points. No, someone in the room was playing Time Vault Zerta, which makes a lot of sense. So I don't know how that player finished, but this card definitely deserves another look going forward by people.
And looking at a Chrome Mox, a Mox Opal, and a land tapped for a stock up. Wow.
I don't think you're ever wrong to say Storm if you're hedging and choosing a matchup, but this is why I wanted to see what Maxwell could do, because this deck is super explosive. More so than even Thomas's deck, which we just saw. We we saw so many weird and wacky cards Maxwell's playing that can effectively ramp the deck from turn 1. Cards like the Enigma Jewel that other decks just aren't on, and it's so consistent in flying out of the blocks. I think we saw a turn 1 Urza Lord High Artificer last time this deck was on coverage.
That's true, we did.
That's not even the limit of what it can do.
And we're seeing a Mox Diamond. Pitching an island?
Oh,
nope.
Going, hang on.
Oh, it is diamond.
Yep.
Pitching an island. Okay.
I think there was some confusion about his own card there from Maxwell, but it seems to have been resolved.
Yeah. You got to keep, you know, this is a high pressure situation, and keeping your thoughts straight playing this deck with 1,000 different activated abilities. I don't envy Maxwell's position, right? Especially after 8 solid rounds of Swiss yesterday. Like, I hope all these players got a good night's sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly those piloting complex decks like this. You know, the Enigma Jewel sitting off to the side from Maxwell right now because that is just the double-sided version, but it's definitely something that is incredibly powerful if you're looking at something like Voltaic Key. Other targets for that Voltaic Key, which I've seen Maxwell do multiple times so far this tournament, is the One Ring. The ability to untap the One Ring and retap it to draw multiple cards multiple times in a single turn is incredibly powerful.
It kind of sneaks up on you because you go, oh, that's not an infinite combo. But I mean, if you have the Enigma Jewel in play, doubling the untap trigger and the ring trigger, you draw almost your entire deck anyway. So it is all more or less a deterministic combo. It's very close to it, and this deck has been riding high off that interaction all weekend.
And we can see the One Ring sitting there in Maxwell's hand.
And we have the World Map. So speaking of things that untap, World Map can go and get Minamo, School at Water's Edge, among many other things. It might just go and get Tolarian Academy. But if you are interested in untapping the ring right now, this deck is so good at doing that.
And, you know, untapping the ring just means that you're drawing a huge chunk of your library. You're finding a lot of those other 0 mana mana rocks and pieces of the puzzle that you already have in your deck, and the ability to cast them and almost immediately and then continue to combo off is super valuable in what this deck's looking to do.
Of course, 2 very different brands of combo deck here. Maxwell showing us what he's got. Everything's on the table. We're building an engine out of permanence. Matthew playing the cards close to the chest. This combo deck wins out of hand. It's one I'm sure everyone is very familiar with. And while we haven't talked much about him,
you can see Matthew literally pointing at the cards in his hand, counting up.
Yeah,
trying to map the storm. The storm count.
One of the scariest things in Magic is when you see the Storm player start like visibly counting on their fingers.
Yep.
It might be the last thing you ever see.
So your black and red dice here are your mana, and your green dice is your storm count.
It seems that way as we go up on that mana count with first Dark Ritual and then Cabal Ritual, the classic 1, 2, and that sort of... I call it a sort of sloshing of resources. If you can imagine one of those sort of tanks of like colored oil and water where it just kind of washes from side to side, you see like a tidal wave action. That's the idea of a lot of decks. Storm's like the classic one, right? Where you're playing cards to make mana, you're spending mana to draw cards, you're using the cards you drew to make more mana. As long as you're profiting at some point in each series of interactions, you can keep going. And the deck's only win con is to keep going for long enough that you get to just put tendrils on the table. And it leads to
Seeing a
such
Chrome Mox come down.
elegant deck construction. Maxwell just sort of clarifying the amount of mana we've spent. I'm sure we'll clear this up, but yeah, look, no harm in being sure.
Always be sure, always ask your opponent to explain what they're doing.
We're kind of in the cutscene right now. I don't know if Maxwell's deck, it is a blue deck. I don't actually know if this deck is spending points to play Force of Will or including any of the other free interaction we've seen. So this is, again, an open decklist portion of the tournament. And if the way is clear from all of those interactive spells, Matthew knows it, and we'll just be going straight to Storm fastest win line mode here. Beseech the Mirror is in hand. That's a really critical piece here. It's sort of a tutor and ritual all in one. We can, not tribute, we can bargain away this Moxen and then go and get a spell. And if the spell costs 4 or less, we can immediately cast it. And that spell will be Yawgmoth's Will.
Wow, okay, we're going.
So for the cost of 4 mana, we have both drawn and cast, one of the best sorceries ever printed, which will now, of course, turn on all the cards in the graveyard, including the Moxen that we just bargained, which we will recast. That's another storm count, of course. The rituals we cast earlier to re-improve our mana total. And you can even cast Beseech the Mirror again, bargain the Moxen again, go and get another 4 mana spell from your deck. How much does Tendrils of Agony cost, Molly?
4.
Damn. What a good deck.
Yep, seems like it's good. Tendrils of Agony being the prime target, the end game, if you will, for the Storm deck.
And really, like
Storm really needs to be at 10 by that point to take you down from 20, but Maxwell's seen enough, shows him the ring, but says, good game.
Yeah, I had something for this, but I mean, that's a lot of the time the way against Storm. You're like, I have cards that could do something, but the Storm player, I mean, they've seen it before. They're like, sure, buddy, did you have mana to cast that?
Yeah, Maxwell definitely having the opportunity to most likely go off and perpetrate his combo next turn, but Matthew Judas saying, I don't want to give you that turn. I would like to instead win the game.
That's the nature of Storm and a lot of other, key combo decks. Like, we didn't see walks this weekend, but like a lot of these combo decks, they sit there and you might think you have one more turn, and then suddenly one more turn seems galaxies away. It's a million years in the future.
What is walks, Tom?
That would be the combo deck built around one of the other most powerful cards in Magic, that is Time Walk. If you're new to the 7-point Highlander format, the 7-point part of the name refers to the rule that puts some sort of constraint on the sanity of our deck construction. You can play the card Black Lotus, you can play the card Time Walk, but you can't play them in the same deck. And so each of these decks kind of ends up being named for the most powerful cards that go in it and enable its most powerful lines. We could call Judas's deck Lotus Storm, but there's not really a competing version of Storm right now, and even if there is, it plays Lotus. So, it all depends, like, which expensive cards do you want to build around, or indeed, which do you think are sort of the most potent combo-wise. And Judah is very firmly in the Storm best deck camp. I believe he's on the record as saying Storm has no bad matchups, that most of the sideboard cards people play do nothing, and that he is going to win this. Well, he didn't say he's going to win this tournament, but I think I'm just sort of logically extrapolating there.
Yeah, don't put words in his mouth
I
yet,
will
Tom.
not. I will
We're
not.
only game 1 of 3 so far.
Only the first two things there are direct quotes.
Cool. We've got deck lists coming down for both players to make sure that they know what's going on and that they've had a look at what's happening in their opponent's deck. But, to answer your implied earlier question, Tom, looking at Maxwell's deck, he has not spent any points on the interaction that you might look for in Force of Will or Mental Misstep or any of those kinds of things. His points are Balance, Tolarian Academy, Mana Vault, Tezzeret, Cruel Captain, and the One Ring. With Tolarian Academy and Mana Vault both being 2 points each. So that's taken up his whole allocation.
Yeah, I mean, we tax you for that fast mana, right? It costs a lot to have some of the best enablers in Magic history. And look, I think Maxwell's choices have been solid. I don't think that Force of Will would improve this deck too much.
Yeah. So looking at his potential interaction...
Staff of Domination is in the sideboard. I didn't see that the last time we looked at the deck list.
It is there, yep. We've got Staff of Domination, Liquid Metal Coating, potentially seeing a kind of similar combo to what we saw in yesterday's game.
Yes, I think that one stays. I think there's like a little, you could circle a few of these cards and go, this is like the Khan board section, especially because liquid metal coating is so narrow without the Khan. I think that never comes in.
I agree, it has to stay there in
but
the
I
board.
have heard that Strip Lock is one of the better things to do to Storm, like in terms of their ability to play around. Like the deck is fated for its resiliency. It's pretty challenging to combo off no lands. It's not that they can't do it, but you really pressure them, so that's good.
The thing about the Strip Lock, right, is that you can only ever take them down to 1 land, because they can play a land from hand and then go off, and if you've got 1 swamp, you've got a Dark Ritual.
There has to be a combination of things happening, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I think we do consider that part of the plan, even if it stays in the sideboard for Khan to fetch. I think that... unfortunately, the anti-red stuff like Hydroblast and Aether Gust doesn't do that much to the way that Judas has built Storm, probably very intentionally considering how popular the red Elemental Blast cards are. But Surge of Salvation does do something.
Yep.
And of course, the Graveyard Hate, especially like Tormod's Crypt, being able to crack that at instant speed, that does something.
It does. Makes sure that your Yawgmoth's Will is maybe not as good as it is otherwise.
I've never had the option to play Teferi Time Raveler against Storm, and I'll be honest, I have no idea if it's good, bad, or absolutely in the middle. I'm sure chat will have opinions strongly. Limiting when
imagine that it's bad.
Drawing a card and then limiting your opponent's ability to play spells at instant speed, it doesn't stop them storming. In some iterations of Storm, it changes the lines, but I can't think of... Again, this Storm deck is quite sturdy or resilient in how it plays its Storm turn. There's not really complicated and fragile sequences of cards that need to line up in a particular way.
It does create more interactive points for Maxwell for things like Tormod's Crypt and other interactions that he might have. And it does make sure that Matthew has to do it during his own turn.
Yeah. I think you're bringing in anything that you think might have half a chance of interacting with Storm, because most of the things in your deck are irrelevant to them. Like, Judas has shown incredible consistency, at least on camera, and I think from his record we can tell, in general, throughout this tournament, not many opponents have gotten to cast spells at all. So anything you can do to slow this deck down a step buys you a chance to cast your next spell. Even if it's only a little bit putting the Storm deck off balance, you might get one more turn, then you can land a bigger spell, or you can draw one more card.
Is Matthew Judas even bringing in anything from the sideboard here, or is he just going all in on the plan?
You wouldn't want to just discount the chance to have a 15-card sideboard and bring in stuff to optimize. I mean, Maxwell's deck has a significant number of blue cards in, so Judas could side in his own Pyroblast. I think Opposition Agent is a reasonable choice.
Yep.
Especially if you think your opponent is bringing in sideboard cards that they could tutor for.
Yeah.
Beseiju, who endures, is a handy-dandy card if you ever get locked down by something like the coding, or even a nastier artifact off of Khan. Abrupt Decay, I think we even saw Judas bring in the first time he was on coverage. So there's just these interactive spells. Storm doesn't need a total dominating turn off your deck type piece, because it's already so proactive and so good. You kind of just pre-sideboard for your opponent's sideboard cards.
How much green is Matthew Judas even running?
I don't really know, but he has cards like Chromatic Sphere, right? So he can produce green mana as required.
And Metamorphose as well, I guess.
Again, like a lot of the cards Storm are running, I think I said this yesterday, can just be bad most of the time, as long as one of the two of the ones you draw are good. And you only need Beseiju in the spots where you really need Beseiju.
So Maxwell Ashurst on the play here, getting the opportunity to maybe be that turn ahead that he needed to be last game against Matthew Judas. We're seeing a Lotus Petal and a Mox Opal immediately, as well as
a land. It's the artifact land, Seed of the Synod.
Yep, Seed of the Synod.
Weird art on that one. It got me yesterday as well. But Max, if this is all he's got, I don't think this is enough, sadly.
No.
Only 3 mana turn 1. I mean, step it up. Mox Opal not even online right now.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry, it is the artifact land. It is.
Oh, yes.
Until you crack the pedal.
I don't think he's going to be cracking the pedal before he taps the Opal for mana.
I trust that Maxwell will take the more optimal line. Does produce 3 mana, and okay, that is... I was trying to think of what the 3-drop is, because I kept thinking of Thran Spider, because we've seen it over and over this tournament. I like this one a little better, Molly.
I like this one a little bit better as well. So we're seeing one of the points out of Maxwell's deck right here, which is Tezzeret, Cruel Captain. A very strong card out of one of the more recent sets. But almost an immediate add into many of these artifact-heavy 7-point Highlander decks.
Yeah, I mean, as often happens with new cards, it was speculated to be good. There was one major tournament, it was confirmed to be good, and it was immediately pointed.
Immediately pointed.
Which, and I don't think anyone even really argued. Like, this card is a mess.
Yep, and everyone went, yep, fair cop.
And in some degree, like, sometimes the points that go on cards aren't just about what the card does, it's about the cards that card plays with. And part of the reason there's only 7 points is because it lets the community that controls the pointing make decisions about which combinations of cards are a bit too good. Tezzeret plus Black Lotus, pretty nasty.
Too good.
Tezzeret plus a lot of artifacts, pretty nasty.
Yeah. So, you know, that Tezzeret resolving, immediately ticking down.
And what did the Tezzeret find? Did we...
We have not yet seen it.
Well...
Search your library for an artifact with mana.
You do have to reveal that it might have been the mana vault there.
Ah, yes.
And it's been immediately duressed by Judas, because he would have known already that it was there, it seems. So, good catch by Judas. Unfortunately, Maxwell having only enough to play the Tezzeret and not enough to immediately
cast that mana.
Cast the vault, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, the hand disruption here from Matthew Judas coming in clutch and making sure that that mana vault, which is a big part of the infinite mana combo that this Zerda deck goes for, doesn't resolve.
One of the other unusual... Oh, okay, we're putting the Zerda into hand, so a patient turn from Maxwell, but threatening to combo, perhaps? The Zerda is part of an infinite mana combo, a couple of infinite mana combos in the deck.
Yes. Definitely, I mean, representing that threat. Is that
and
what we're
Inquisition from Judas, all the hand attack. Hasn't made a second land drop yet, but might after this. So, and he, again, doesn't even look at the hand, just says, well, I've seen those cards already, but that one you just drew, get rid of that. I don't care about that. I don't want to see Basil Brush hit the battlefield today, that nasty fox.
Yeah, making sure that everything that Maxwell is spending his turns and his mana and his resources searching up is never going to hit the battlefield.
This is all what makes Storm so strong. Just open on hand attack, cantrip. Oh, Ponder, you say?
Yeah, Ponder,
Ponder into Tinker.
And with a Lion's Eye Diamond in hand, that Tinker's looking pretty strong.
Oh, okay. So this would be Tinker for Bolas' Citadel. Judas does not truck with, you know, cowardly alternate win conditions. What do you need besides Bolas' Citadel?
Yep. And didn't actually took the Ritual instead of the Tinker, leaving that on top where it's safe.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like checking my available mana this turn. I'll draw that next turn. That's fine.
Yeah.
Maxwell does get one more turn to try and do something relevant there. The One Ring is pretty good.
Card's good. Also another point out of Maxwell's deck. Tezzeret's ability to untap artifacts, making the ring even better. Going to untap it right now, trigger it again, draw 2 cards instead.
And you're also protected from Storm for a whole turn, and maybe beyond that, because Maxwell, one of the cards we didn't see him cast is Soul Partition, which is a real, what is this deck playing special? Usually used to disrupt your opponent's plays as a cool little white interactive piece, but I believe it can also reset your ring, because it can target anyone's permanence, and its owner may replay it. It is a very expensive ring at that point, but I would pay a lot for protection from everything for even one
turn.
more Storm turn. Yeah.
And that's it. The ability for Matthew to storm off next turn has now been mitigated because Tendrils of Agony deals damage directly to Maxwell and therefore cannot be the ring, meaning that Maxwell has protection from Matthew and all of his spells next turn.
We've seen Maxwell do a lot with the other part of the ring, the part where it draws a ton of cards, and that's kind of a big thing that his deck likes to do to win the game. But I have yet to see how much his deck can squeeze out of the protection side of the ring. Obviously, it's good even if it just protects you for one turn, but potentially there can be lines in here where you can reset the ring over and over. Certainly some decks do, and that is one way to just block Judas from winning. I don't think this Storm build has the ability naturally to win easily on the opponent's turn when the ring protection is down for a short window. So at that point, Matthew would have to find an answer for the ring, either exiling artifact removal or a counter spell of some kind. Maybe just bouncing it to hand is enough.
Yeah, just the ability to reset that might be super valuable.
Bouncing the spell to hand, I should specify. You can't. Bouncing the ring once it's in play doesn't really do very much.
Yeah. Looking for outs in terms of how he can do that, but there's also other interactive pieces that he's likely using the ring to dig for.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, right. Sorry. Of course, drawing the cards is also pretty good.
Who knew?
Thanks for reminding me.
Lotus Petal into the graveyard also means that if Matthew Judas is casting Yawgmoth's Will in the future, that's an easy 0 mana pickup straight out of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like anyone who's been playing Magic for a while is familiar with a lot of these Storm lines and just how powerful they are, but it's always impressive to take a step back and remind yourself how tightly constructed this deck is, even under singleton constraints, where you can't just kind of put 4 of all the rituals in the deck and go nuts.
Exactly.
The Storm pilots have found a way to make the deck look like a flawless machine.
We've got 3 mana coming in from Dark Ritual right now.
Storm die menacingly placed onto the table.
Although the ring still has protection, so is there an alternate, like a mill-style win condition in Matthew Judas's deck?
It's the ring was not reset, so I think that the ring protection may be down right now, but I mean, if not, there are ways to win around the ring. I think we went through some of them yesterday. They're very sneaky, but we'll see what Judas is doing. You can just put the Storm die on the table to intimidate your opponent.
That's also true.
I don't think this deck is playing any of the, I can't remember the name of the card, the 3 mana red spell that sets you up for a subsequent Storm turn. It's sort of impulse draw Storm. Judas is more all in than that, but you can just, spend some resources to set up for a bigger Storm turn in the future.
And we are seeing a Black Lotus on the battlefield.
It seems as though we are going for it right now, though. That ring is on 3 counters.
Yeah, that's correct. The most powerful card in Magic the Gathering, Black Lotus.
Some people would debate that, but it's so close that I think if you do, you're just kind of trying to look smart.
Yeah, you're allowed to be pedantic about it, but
actually, I think you'll find that
I will accept no notes.
Ancestral Recall can draw 3 cards, and those cards could be the Black Lotus, so actually...
Yeah, you're allowed to be pedantic about it as you want, but I'll accept no notes.
Yeah. Hard to argue conclusively against it. Lion's Eye Diamond may as well be Black Lotus by many measures. And it's like the classic example, right? If Black Lotus is so strong, they attach one of the most brutal drawbacks you could think of, discard your entire hand, and it's still busted.
Yep, still good.
Completely broken.
The ability for this deck to continue to go off right now. So we're watching Storm count at 4, cracking Lotus for an extra 3 black mana.
Oh no. We've drawn Beseech the Mirror again.
Okay.
I think we may be seeing a similar line to previous. Maxwell unfortunately hasn't been able to set up any kind of rest in peace type effect or other like graveyard exiling spell that could turn off this line. And so the classic Storm, Yorg Will, or Past in Flames, depending on your format, gameplay is open to Matthew, it seems.
Yes. I'm expecting that we will see Beseech the Mirror straight into Yawgmoth's Will, just like last turn. He's got 4 open mana, Storm count at 5.
Max has a lot of cards in hand and open white mana, so he could be sitting on a Surge of Salvation, which ends up being pretty similar to the Ring trigger. It would just say, in response to Tendrils, I don't die. Matthew may already be playing around that. We'll have to see how this turns out for both players. Yorg's Will is the target, so we're beseeching. We did bargain the beseech, and so this Yorg's Will is immediately cast without paying the cost.
Yep, we have 4 untapped mana from Maxwell, so potentially a response. I mean, Maxwell's reading every card, looking at it, looking at the graveyard right now, making sure that all of these things will add up to at least 20.
But as we discussed,
at least 18.
Maxwell's deck, I mean, I don't know, you could just be saying I'm trying to dodge Storm. There's not that many Black Lotuses in the room, but a lot of this interaction that Maxwell has in the 75 unfortunately says target permanent, target permanent, target permanent.
Yeah.
Doesn't really touch Storm.
We're seeing that Lotus Petal that hit the graveyard earlier from the Surveil, re-enter the battlefield, Black Lotus again, Lion's Eye Diamond again.
Yeah, just
Storm count ticking up. Storm count now at 9, which means that a Tendrils of Agony, if found, will do the full 18 damage to Maxwell's life.
It's crazy how synergistic these zero-cost mana rocks are with the Storm game plan. They kind of do everything all at once, except draw your Tendrils, and that's a pretty trivial hurdle to overcome. We even have enough spare mana to throw in a Duress, +1 Storm count. Let me vibe check your hand. Now is the time. If you're holding, okay, not Surge of Salvation, but Dawn's Truce, we do have a couple of tricks up our sleeve here. This is going to give you a protection effect on yourself, the player. It's similar to Teferi's Protection, which I think is a slightly more commonly known Eternal staple. This one's from Bloomburrow, though. So you gift a card. If you don't need to gift a card, I believe, in this instance, you are just trying to gain hexproof until end of turn. So for 1 and a white, you sort of indirectly fizzle Storm's most important spell, the last one.
Yes. And every spell before that is nice to have, but it's the Tendrils of Agony that must resolve to win the game.
And I like that Maxwell poker faced his way through this whole turn. Storm built up and up and up. We cast the Yorg's Mill, cast the Thing, cast the Beseech. And then at the last instance, and it's good that Judas checked with the Duress, or Maxwell would have held that even longer, you're making the Storm player expend crucial resources to then not have, because they'll try and kill you again next turn.
Yep.
And now it's going to be a lot harder.
It is going to be significantly harder. So we see a Ponder happen off the Yawgmoth's Will. Mox Opal hitting the battlefield. Storm count now at 13.
So again, I don't think Matthew Judas has either a different Storm card to play to here or a non-Storm alternate win con. You can, I believe, set up the Dragons.
He could now Tinker out of the graveyard.
Yep. Looking in the list.
Dark Ritual.
Stormscale Scion. I forgot the name of the card. Yes, so you could set up a bunch of dragons is what you could do. You are actually, this is, the Dawn's Truce gives you only hexproof.
Hexproof.
It's not Teferi's Protection, so you do not have protection as you do with the Ring. You could die to combat damage.
Could die to combat damage, yes, that's true.
It depends if Judas, I don't think there's a way to
It's exclusively hexproof, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Judas needs to win this turn, to be clear.
But if he puts enough power on the board, that means that Maxwell has to win next turn. That would be.
So if he does go for this line, then Maxwell could. We saw the Soul Partition earlier. If that's still in hand, I think it is. We can try and reset the Ring. We can buy another turn. It's sort of like just how do I live one more turn and one more turn and one more turn.
Is there another Storm payoff? So there's the Dragons, as you mentioned. There's Tendrils of Agony. I believe, at least in Modern Storm, there used to be a mill outlet.
I don't know that there is. We've seen Brain Freeze decks this weekend, but that's more the Breach Bond style of combo, and I think that still has to target, so unless there's a sort of funky way to mill your opponent out, I think Judas is either satisfied to make a bunch of dragons, which is often the line against Grixis and other mid-range decks, where you just go, okay, I don't think you can beat these flyers and me.
Yeah, so Matthew Judas is casting Beseech the Mirror again out of the graveyard off of the Yawgmoth's Will.
Yeah, which is important because, again, with Yawgmoth's Will now active, sort of cards go to exile instead of the graveyard, so that is really spending those resources.
Yep, you won't get to do that again next turn.
Storm players, one skill that they have is really... Oh, we saw Judas really linger for a second on Culling Ritual, a card we talked a lot about yesterday. It would devastate Maxwell's board, but it would also kill your own Emerald and Lotus, which I don't think you are excited to do in this position.
Not yet. So
Yeah,
not what you
crazy
want to
kind of
do,
card.
because you do have to cast the card immediately.
If you beseech, you can beseech for a bigger spell. Can you beseech for a bigger spell and not cast it, or is it you only find a 4 cost and you cast if you? This is where I should know the card better, but I mean, even Judas is picking up his own beseech the mirror to read it carefully. If the spell is bark, you can search your life for any card. It's demonic tutor. You don't have to cast it if it's
just
4 or
if
less.
it was 4 or less, you cast without paying its mana.
Yes.
Cost. Yeah.
So it has to both be bargained and a cheap spell, but you can either not bargain or just find something bigger and not cast it, and Demonic Tutor is still pretty good.
I hear that card's okay.
We are going to cast it. It's by force. That makes sense. You would not want to cast an X-cost spell without paying its mana cost. I'm very happy to pay the cost on this one against an artifact deck, Molly.
I agree with you.
And the judge is being called because another part of the card, Dawn's Truce, is that it gives your stuff hexproof as well.
Only if you gifted a card, wasn't it?
It gives it indestructible if you gifted a card. I think it gives everything hexproof by default. Again, not the card I'm most familiar with in Magic the Gathering, but it was on the screen a second ago.
Yep, sorry, and I've just got by force
I mean,
up there right now.
we're all rereading Dawn's Truce at this moment.
What we are going to do is we will return the
And it's kind of a moment, right? If you're a Highlander playing, thinking, God, these players are so good. They know their deck off by heart. They know everything. It's like, this is such an incredibly wide format. There's no way you can memorize every single niche interaction, especially something like this.
This is a format where every single card ever printed in Magic is available to be played.
So so this says you and your permanents you control gain hexproof until end of turn. That's the mode the spell was cast in.
You're right. So target X target permanents via Byforce does not happen.
I'm not a judge, but can by force target any player's artifacts? It seems maybe not. It seems like we're just undoing that illegal casting. I was wondering if Judas is going to be brutally forced to target all his own artifacts, but we're tinkering instead, so it seems not. Whatever the ruling was, we are tinkering.
Tinker being pretty good in and of itself, representing quite a number of points in Matthew Judas's deck.
And for those at home who may have got up and taken a bathroom break or to talk to someone on the phone, we are still in the same turn. Storm is still happening. Storm count is a lot.
Storm be storming. Storm count is at 16.
When people talk about a resilient combo deck, Molly, I think this is what they mean. Matthew Judas has now been like blocked 3 different times trying to find lethal lines, and his response is, oh, all right, I'll do the next thing.
We've got another judge question happening.
And the next thing is, can I cast the adventure mode of Questing Druid off the top of my library with Bolas' Citadel, which I believe you can. Clarifying is important, though.
It is very important. Always ask a judge. If you're unsure, always ask a judge.
Always ask a judge. And always read your cards as best as you possibly can. Boom. Questing Druid. What an out-of-place card in a Storm list. But you need all the win con sometimes, and the rest of the time you need a cantrip-ish.
Yep, Questing Druid. You know, it is what I love about this format. Everyone, you know, laughs at me a little bit every time I say every card ever printed in Magic is available to the 7-point Highlander format. But we saw farm animals.
We saw farm animals.
In the previous deck.
Farm animals is like best in slot for that effect. And Questing Druid, it's such a cool, like, I love that Magic does so much to go back and reference older cards. In this case, okay, never mind. We're exiling Bolas' Citadel at the first available opportunity, and I do not blame Maxwell at all. Clawing some free interaction back. That's a permanent you can target. We said the target permanent stuff wasn't going to matter. Shame on me. Bolas' Citadel, that's permanent. That matters a lot.
You can target that, absolutely.
Boom. So, the Questing Druid adventure does resolve. We're seeing Personal Tutor and a Fetch, which, all right. What are we personal tutoring for at this point?
Oh my gosh.
Become lost in this Storm turn.
Yep. I think both players might also be lost in this Storm turn.
Maxwell did have to pitch white cards to that march. So the Soul, I don't know if Maxwell was ever on the Soul Partition line. That may have been completely my fantasy that we're going to like recur the ring, but that I believe is off the table now. He's exiled it to pay for the cost-reducing option on that march.
March of Otherworldly Light.
Yes, beautiful
appearing
card.
on your screen right now.
Let's go, white players.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry, that dropped off too fast.
Exile target permanent. You can pay for most of this by pitching your whole hand. Sometimes that's worth it. I'd say this is one of those times.
It's definitely this time. Enchantment with mana value X or less, you definitely want to be getting that Bolas Citadel off
Painful
the
to be
field.
hitting a 6-cost artifact with this, but you got to do what you got to do.
Exactly right.
What is Judas tutoring for here? The personal tutor has been cast, gets a card, double checks what's left in his deck, which I don't blame him for at this point. We've been
Stock
going.
up.
Yeah, that sounds. It feels right, doesn't it? You're like, I need to reload, actually, after all of that.
And I'm going to have to stock up for the next turn to make sure that I can still go off next turn.
So for a deck that we were saying in Maxwell Ashurst's hand did not have a lot of game against the Storm deck if it started comboing, we have seen it survive a lot of attempted blows here and is still hanging in there. That's the Storm Scale Scion. Finally, Judas did find it, or had it the whole time, who knows. And he's like, I produce roughly a jillion flyers. My Storm count is so big we stopped counting a while back.
They did not stop counting.
Sorry,
we're at 19.
We're at 19. I produce 19 dragons. They are, those of you doing quick maths at home,
Yeah, I am too.
22, 22s?
23, 23s, I think.
There's
19 of them.
19
so
extra copies, sorry.
so
20 of them, like,
total.
plus 19 each. Yeah, I forgot the original one. Anyway, they are, there's more of, every individual Storm Scale does more than Maxwell's remaining life total.
Can Maxwell wipe the board?
He has balance, right?
Yep.
So
He does indeed have balance.
that's a pretty clean answer.
There's a point there in his deck,
Probe
meaning
you?
that he is looking for balance.
Balance, balance, balance. Let's see it. Let's see it. Otherwise, I think you might just be dead, yeah. I mean, we can...
There was no other wipe, I don't think.
It's that, or somehow you can maybe somehow get rid of your ring, replay your ring, but all that sounds very mana intensive and he doesn't have a lot of mana. He can draw a lot of cards off this ring.
Totally can.
Tezzeret untaps it.
At this point, with facing down that many 23-23s, your life total doesn't matter. Your only way out of this is to wipe the board or win the game.
And to be fair, compared to a lot of spots where Storm can reload, I'm not saying Matthew's out of this, but if these Scions get balanced out of the way, you've cast your Yawgmoth's Will, you've exiled a lot of your Acceleration. I don't know how much firepower the Storm deck has left after that long and labyrinthine turn we just saw.
Yeah, look, Maxwell does have an out where he manages to pull off his own infinite mana combo and plays an infinitely large ballista.
Yeah, he could also actually just win on this turn. He has vibe checked Matthew's hand to see that there is indeed no permission left there. Matthew basically fired off everything he had and produced an impressive armada of dragons, but that does not quite hit the same as Tendrils for 4 million, so...
Yes. I wonder whether it's worth playing the red Exert land to be able to give yourself haste if you needed it for Matthew Judas.
Yeah, I mean, that would have done it there.
Yep. Oh, if you had enough mana.
Typing in the Storm Discord right now. Yeah, we need to make the mana for this turn even more complicated, where we now have to track which red mana came off Arena of Glory and which was otherwise produced. Every Storm player is excited for that one.
I've got
his balance was pitched. Chat has eagle eyes. That is rough stuff. I could only see the top card there, but you're completely right. Balance is the second card there next to the deck. What a heartbreaker.
Balance was discard to the March of Enduring Light, which means that there will be no balance this turn. Maxwell must just produce his own combo and win the game.
I wanted it way too badly to be the balance turn. I just wanted to see that card like crush a game, but instead Maxwell is just...
Tormund's Crypt, okay.
We are upticking our Tezzeret by putting zero-cost artifacts into play, which now means we can tutor again if we wish.
Yes.
So what are we missing in terms of the combo? Because the Zerda got discarded already. We would have to Abstergo that back, I think, which is expensive.
Yeah, no, I think that we are looking for a Voltaic Key or a Manifold Key.
Tezzeret can get either of those or the Enigma Jewel.
The Enigma Jewel
also
is the
a
other
one-cost
option.
artifact. Does Maxwell have enough? Doesn't seem to have enough mana right now, but maybe we can map for Academy, Tezzeret for Jewel. You'd still need a key.
You'd still need, yeah, you can't, you need Jewel and Key.
If you can get the Jewel before you have to activate Tezzeret, the world's your oyster, because you double. If you play Enigma Jewel and craft it, then all of your other activated abilities this turn and forever are doubled, and that is when Maxwell just goes ballistic and wins.
Yes. So that's definitely what Maxwell's trying to do. We don't know what's in hand for Maxwell right now, but looking to find the Jewel prior to activating the Tezzeret for this turn.
There are a number of lines left. This deck's so complicated and has a lot of redundancy, but the mana
we're seeing an Into the Floodmaw in hand. We're seeing...
This, are we channeling?
Not.
I mean, you can bounce one. Yeah, Maxwell's kind of... There's a lot of dragons in play. I think he's counting mana. I don't imagine the channel mode is relevant here. Unless you can return the ring. I can't remember what that targets, that channel, unfortunately. The Neon Kamigawa common Moon, I'm looking at the list. Just gonna hear someone.
Moon Silver King?
No, that's the land fetcher. There are some cards in this deck, I tell you what. Check out the deck list they posted on the 7-Point Highlander Discord. You can follow along at home. This is Moonstamp prototype. Of course, Draft All-Star. We are channeling it on our ring, it seems. Maxwell's gesturing with the card. It's an expensive channel, but pretty worthy here. So you put it back on top of the deck. Matthew also reading the card. Again, don't blame him. Yeah, owner of target non-land permanent, not just your opponent. So great option here. I knew there'd be something to reset the ring. It's just too high value a line to not give yourself a chance at sometimes. And I love this little can do it common.
Yep.
Helping out the deck. Protection from these dragons for 1 turn. Tezzeret, unfortunately, does not enjoy such protection, but he's doing his job right now. Ring reset as well, so we're drawing slightly fewer cards, but we also won't die to our own ring.
We're also losing less life, yes.
Yeah. I love this. This deck is really showing up right now.
Yeah. Protection from a bajillion dragons does extend to Maxwell, but not his...
Tezzeret's going to take one for the team here.
Yeah.
A lot of dragons feast upon his metal flesh. Man,
Yeah,
if you're...
I can't imagine that's particularly tasty.
He got his body made out of indestructible darksteel, I think, right before this card's printing. So I think he's functionally immortal. So now is he sort of like that would be incredibly painful. That's like a Greek myth style punishment. To be
to be inside the belly of the dragon forever.
Torn apart by 20 dragons for forever, effectively. He deserves it.
Oh. Judgment called by Mr. Tom Anderson.
I mean, read the lore. Tezzeret's not a good guy. I feel confident making this moral judgment on the cruel captain. It's right there in the name.
Yeah, those who throw the first stones, however.
Villain vibes. Okay, if I get torn apart by 20 dragons, Tezzeret can laugh at me.
All right, fair call.
Back to Maxwell's turn. Preordain. Of course, Matthew, other than killing the Tezzeret, doesn't really have anything to do there and doesn't feel like spending any more resources. Happy to pass back and go, okay, well, I've still got 20 dragons. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? You better kill me. You better win this game this turn.
Show me more of this weird artifact stuff.
Yeah. Okay, Mrs. Bobble.
That's a cantrip.
Solarian Academy for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
A modest academy here. Yeah, it's 5.
Yep.
Lorien revealed hard cast.
Okay.
Okay.
We've had this a couple times this weekend. Not what we ever thought was going to happen, but it's definitely...
I mean, Maxwell has his land drop for turn, right? So that land drop's really important for him because it represents one of his main sources of mana in Minamo to untap Ring or untap Tolarian, which we see here.
Exactly what we see.
We're going to untap the Ring, so we're not concerned about our mana. We are just digging. Ballista there.
Which he'll need that, need the infinite mana combo to really make use of.
Yeah, we're still a few steps away from Maxwell for like turning this game around, but he's lived for so long, you start to like almost feel like he's going to do it just because, well, if he hadn't died by now...
You're looking down the barrel of a few too many dragons for a fair ballista.
He's drawn so many cards and come so far, but at this stock up he's being pointed out by Matthew. Is that diamond? He discarded something to... Anyway, he's casting a stock up.
If Matthew is uncertain about what
there would
happened,
be a judge
there'd
call.
Be a judge
yeah,
call.
Exactly. We're moving on as the players are, and Maxwell seems to need to be digging for an answer, but now all the lands are tapped. Land drop used up for turn. Keys in there somewhere. We're putting those on the bottom, so what was taken?
Hard to see from Maxwell's hand right now, but as you say, he is tapped out for this turn and facing down a lot of dragons.
If you can't win this game against Storm after getting through a lot of the deck's firepower...
Maxwell's shaking his head.
That's it.
That's it.
So a heroic
Matthew Judas on Storm, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, Maxwell did as much as he possibly could there. That was a crazy game considering how strong Matthew's start was, but in the end, Storm.
Matthew Judas on Storm, yeah. Maxwell did an incredible job of interrupting that Storm combo off. You know, the ability to say, no, me and all my permanents have hexproof this turn, come again later, and then the ability to do that again by resetting the ring. He was stalling for his life, and unfortunately, whilst those 2 efforts were successful, the next one did not make it.
I mean, who knows? If there was one other white card in hand instead of that balance to pitch, I'm sure you weren't thinking, I've got to get balance for Stormscale Scion, but having that in hand would have been a celebrated play. But, you know, Fate twists one way and then the other, and that's a different timeline. Maxwell, unfortunately, is going to have to settle for the very admirable third, fourth place.
Yes, look, Maxwell did an incredible job. Well done to you making it this far. We've been watching the semi-finals for the top 8 of the 7-point National Highlander tournament, and we are about to come back with the championship match, the finals for you. But in advance of that, this has been an incredible tournament. It's been happening here in CANCON in Canberra, Australia over the last 2 days. We're about to come to the final, but this is not the last big event this year.
Not in the least. All eyes from here. I mean, okay, there's a few more between here and Brisbane, but we can't help but peek at the horizon. There's a massive shadow there. Spotlight Series Brisbane. Of course, Spotlight Series, I hope you've all been tuning into. This is the kind of premiere now for a lot of organised play. To have one of those in sunny Brisbane right in August, which I've been told is a wonderful time of year to be there, is just fantastic. I will be there. Molly, you'll be there, I'm sure. And so will most of the people in this room, I imagine, if they can possibly find a way.
Yeah, just try and keep me away. This will be the biggest opportunity to play competitive Modern here in Australia this year. And if you've got an opportunity to be there, please make sure that you are. Tickets will go on sale in April and be available via the Spotlight Series website, the Let's Play Games website, or magicthegathering.com.
I'm just so excited. I mean, I don't want to get too... It's one of those things where it's still months away, and if you get too hyped up now, it's just bringing pain on yourself. But we're thinking about it all the time. It's in all the plans for commentary and organised play, and I'm sure a lot of these players are thinking about it as well, because the players who are strong enough to make it this far in our top 8, definitely big candidates to take out any other event.
We are about to see a final of Juggernauts, Tom. We are watching 3-time national champion Justin Chung taking on our Storm player that we just witnessed, Matthew Judas. So we've got 2 very combo-heavy specific decks, very blue-oriented decks, both with their own game plan and trying to achieve their own ends as fast as possible. So it may be over before you know it. It may be a quick one, or it may be both decks trying to disrupt each other as fast as possible.
I hope and trust that in at least one game we're going to see the kind of thing where they both just duress each other out of combo pieces, and then we have a rock fight between 2 decks that are mostly cantrips. But I think no matter what, this is a hugely player skill testing matchup. And Molly, we will finally get to see what is the best combo deck in 7-point Highlander. This single match, this one best of 3, will decide that. There are no other arguments involved. Whichever deck wins gets 3 points. I'm not in charge of things. That's just how it is.
We're about to find out, Tom, and we've got 2 excellent combo decks piloted by 2 of the best players in Australian Magic. It's going to be a nail biter. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back with you.
not the same. Can't you see what love and romance have done to me? I'm not the same.
Welcome back. You are joining us at the 7-Point Highlander National Championships here at CANCON in Canberra, Australia. It is an incredible privilege to be joining you from the booth. My name's Molly Rowe. I'm here with Thomas Anderson, and we are about to bring you the finals.
Yes, exactly. The culmination of 2 days of solid gameplay and presumably a lot more effort in tuning and building these lists, in getting reps in with your team, in scouting the opposition. And of course, we've ended up with a result that I think, if you had to guess, a lot of people in the room might have picked. Chung and Matthew Judas, two of no doubt the strongest players in the room on two of the strongest combo decks in the format. It wasn't a surefire thing to get here. Both of them have had close scrapes, even just in the semifinals that we just saw. Matthew Judas overcoming the heroic efforts of Maxwell Ashurst's Zerda combo deck and having to really almost cast every spell in the Storm deck to do so, while Justin Cheng narrowly triumphed over fellow veteran competitor Thomas Bott. But here they are now. They only have one more best of three to win. One of these players will walk away with the Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. The other one will walk away with the Gaia's Cradle, so nothing too...
nothing to sneer
nothing to sneer
Absolutely.
at, but I think both of them are a lot more interested in putting their name on this storied trophy. Judas to defend the honor of the ACT. They view 7-Point as their format. This is their competition. This is their trophy. And to be fair, they have won the predominant number of past events, but the main man to stop them from doing so has been Justin.
Yeah, Justin Chung has won 3 previous national championship titles at this 7-Point Highlander event over the last several years.
Hunting for an
3 in a row, wasn't it?
Yeah, 3 in a row, and then I guess took a couple of years off just to, give everyone else a chance. And now he's back for an unbelievable 4th title. It's
opportunity, yeah. It was 2019, 2020, and 2021 looking at this. So this is the 11th round for these gentlemen who have been piloting these decks all weekend to great effect. Justin Chung going going 6-0-2.
I think he had a draw, actually.
Yeah, he had 2 total draws.
2 draws, yeah. Oh,
so,
he had 1 unintentional draw, yes.
Yeah, 6-0-2 in this twist, and Matthew Judas coming in with 7 total wins, 7-0-1.
Yeah, so 2 incredibly strong performances, no doubt at all. And I mean, it's not hard to believe. Like, if you say Judas on Storm versus anyone, it's the deck that can just have it. So it's not even disrespectful to your opponent to say, I'd probably take the Storm player. And because he did so well, and because Justin did the favor to Matthew of eliminating our top seed, Thomas Bott, Matthew is going to be on the play again as he has been throughout our day 2, which is a massive edge in this combo v combo matchup.
It is a huge advantage here with Matthew Judas coming in as the 2nd seed, with Justin Chung as the 4th seed, and therefore Matthew Judas being on the play. We've been having a look at these deck lists. They are available at 7ph.com.au, but also we were looking at these deck lists before we got our players to shuffle right up, and you have some really good takes on Justin's ability to interact with Storm.
I mean, this is probably not surprising to anyone who has any experience with the Thoracle list, and we've kind of been harping on it all weekend as the major strength of this deck is not necessarily the combo itself, although Thoracle is very, very good. It's that it costs your deck so little to play this. You're basically in most regards, a control deck with this combo in it, right?
Yeah, exactly right.
Other than Thoracle itself, all the cards in the deck are multi-purpose. Even the transmute spells you're playing, like Muddle the Mixture and Shred Memory, hugely relevant in this matchup. Graveyard interaction, stack interaction. And Justin is playing the most turn 1 discard spells of anyone in the format, along with a ton of counter magic and several free counter spells. So Matthew being on the play seems essential for him to dodge those Duresses and Thought Seizes and Dread Fugues and Inquisitions.
Yeah, Justin's deck being the one most able within the field today to interact with this Storm deck and interrupt Matthew Judas's comment.
But Matthew
combo.
Judas is almost also then forced to use that first turn to cast hopefully a Thought Seize or Duress of his own. We're going to open on Mishra's Bauble. But Judas, other than those 2 discard spells, which are pretty common, not on nearly as much interaction, which is something of a consequence of the Storm deck's choices. Good for him, he does have one of them here, yeah.
And Thassa's Oracle in hand for Justin Chung.
Yep.
As well as...
Limdal's Vault, Shred Memory, and Land. So Thoracle, 2 tutors for the other half of the combo, and some mana. That's a pretty good opener, and Matthew is very happy to have drawn his Inquisition here.
I mean, I would have kept that hand too, Justin, but unfortunately, under an Inquisition, it's looking less good, and certainly less interactive than we would have hoped after the spiel we just gave about how interactive Justin's deck is.
I mean, I don't blame him for keeping that 7, and again,
It was 6, sorry, they both mulliganed to 6.
the tutors can become interaction as well. Like that's the thing we've seen Justin do more than once. He's not afraid to fire off even a consultation or a pact for something that he deems important in the moment, if forced to. It's all about, both of these decks is about knowing exactly what resources your deck has, which spells you can kind of afford to use, other than, you know, for their comboing purpose, and still have enough left to win.
Exactly right.
I just mean that Matthew overall has less interaction, and especially even after sideboarding, can't really bring in that much. Crucially, not playing those stifle effects we've seen be the real game breakers against Oracle.
Yes, there'll be no Stifle Your Thassa's Oracle trigger. That's awesome that we saw.
That's so cool.
I know, it was awesome.
And that makes
It was so good.
that makes Maya sound almost like hurt about it, but no, if that was a really genuine, that's so cool.
It was so genuine. She was thrilled to see that, thought it was awesome.
Yeah, exactly. People in this format, I think, have the long game perspective on Magic, and seeing the cool choices your opponent made in deck building and the way the game's playing out is just satisfying in its own right. Although, I'm sure when you've come this far in the tournament, both these players would love to put their name on the trophy. If they got to choose.
That is what they're playing for. I got the privilege of showing both of our competitors the Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale and the Gaia's Cradle that they're playing for right before this match. They as rightly so, asked to inspect the cards.
Yeah.
And they both looked at both of them and said, those look great.
Yeah, getting my jeweler's loop out to really appreciate what I'm about to win. But a little bit more Magic to be played to decide who gets what's prize. And Matthew, he's got the good lands. He did have the Inquisition in the opener, so we're putting together the plan as it was drawn up.
One Shatong.
One Shatong into play in response to the fetch, presumably, and...
No, the fetch in response.
The fetch in response to the one Shatong, fair enough.
Yep.
Matthew baiting out the bird, but Justin, not afraid to put that into play.
I'm not expecting a lightning bolt from Matthew Judas, though, so...
I don't know if the 1/1 is going to be a relevant clock.
No.
Crack for Surveil land. Yeah, the deck, Matthew Judas' deck, even the land base is so well put together, everything for its purpose. We've got ways to check our top deck. We've got lands to sacrifice to tinker. It's a work of art, both these decks. And, that's played out in their results this weekend. You have to get every little drop of juice out of your 75, or you're not picking up some of these close matches. And these players are certainly skillful enough to know exactly what each card can do, and even the most sort of niche and corner case situations.
Yeah, exactly. So Matthew Judas searching up a Surveil land, putting that Flame of Arnor into the graveyard, and letting Justin just have his 1/1.
Justin bashes for one with that bird that he's been allowed to have. And what it does here is really interesting, because Matthew is sort of giving Justin a chance at least to control the pace. Justin, of course, has Shred Memory in hand. We're transmuting that now.
Yep, seeing that transmuted.
Not for nothing is that transmute decision made, because exiling cards from Storm's graveyard is pretty cool, but Justin recognizing that the onus is on him to have some action here, and we would rather have a different 2-mana spell, namely Tainted Pact.
Exactly right. So Justin trying to put together his combo here. Matthew Judas just letting him, not a lot of interaction in that permissions space for Matthew Judas. Really, Matthew just looking to untap during his own turn and go, hey, here's a Storm.
I mean, exactly. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but if I was Storm and I managed to Inquisition discard Thoracle on turn 1 of the game,
I'd be feeling pretty good.
I feel like
and being on the play.
I bought myself like 3 turns at least with that because the Jace is just so much more costly to set up. And so Judas, considering the kind of timescale Storm normally operates in, 3 extra turns is an eternity. We have exiled Tendrils of Agony to the questing druid there. So that's a limited window in which we can cast that. We did see last game that Tendrils is not essential for Judas to win. He was able to get there with Stormscale Scion, the deck's ultimate win con. But that is a riskier proposition. It at least gives Justin 1 more turn to interact.
Yeah, so Judas has cast Seek the Beast, which is the adventure alternate on Questing Druid, and exiled that Tendrils of Agony as well as a Lotus Petal.
So does Judas now have this turn or this turn next turn to cast the Tendrils until your next end step? So he's got this turn to Tendrils if he wants to, otherwise that card will sort of be exiled with no further opportunity to play it. I don't think...
It must be this turn, yes.
Judas is not going to be pressured by that more than he needs to, but I'm interested to see what his call is.
I think his view is that he's storming off this turn. He, it's been a minute since he saw Justin's hand, but I think he's pretty confident there that this is what he wants to be doing.
Yeah, just double checking his notes about what cards he knows at least remain in the hand for Justin.
Which is a Strand and the Limdul.
Yeah, he's seen the Bayou now, and he saw, because of the Transmute requiring the card to be the same mana cost, he of course got to see the Pact.
We also know that Justin's tapped out, which means that he must be playing any of his free permission interaction.
So Judas now, considering his line, obviously you don't want to get halfway into a Storm turn and then realize you've miscalculated, because at that point you can't get your, Lotus Petals and Black Lotuses back. So
is Justin running a mental misstep? I don't think I saw that in his points.
No, that's a point. So, you got to be real. Both of these players are spending almost all their points on their combos, and you have to be really careful. Justin gets to play a Force of Will, which Matthew isn't so lucky, but that's about it.
Yeah. Well, when you spend 5 points on a Black Lotus, you are understandably limited in what other points you're allowed to include in your deck.
Yeah, so Justin draws Jace Wielder of Mysteries, which is a really nice little bit of unknown information, although still not relevant for another couple of turns, no matter what.
And the search through library, putting a counter on once you Chung and allowing Justin Chung to draw a card. Which every card that Justin draws is dangerous here.
Rain? Okay, we're definitely going off here.
Rain of Filth.
This is a card that said, this is a burn the boats kind of spell if there ever was one. You can now sacrifice your tapped lands to produce 1 black mana. Well, they can be untapped, but you can tap your land for mana, then sack it to Rain of Filth. It sort of institutes a turn-long floating ability to sack them on your currently in play lands, and so you basically get to do the world's jankiest high tide impression, and usually you don't care about what happens after this turn, so you're very happy to cash those lands in. Judas going for it right here, right now, just like you said, Molly.
Yeah, straight into a Yawgmoth Swill, which we have seen before.
He says, Justin, I don't think you're holding Force or Force, and if you are, good luck to you.
Yep. And I imagine, this isn't the piece that Justin's countering either way.
Well, that's the question, right, about, what piece do you even counter? I mean, York's Will is a decent answer, because normally, maybe if you have to beseech for the Tendrils at the end of the line, that's a good spell to counter. But both players...
But we know that we don't need to do that, yeah.
And famously, Tendrils is a difficult spell to counter.
And we've got an Inquisition of Kozilek coming down anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. Straight out of the graveyard immediately after that Yawgmoth Will.
Justin... No, what else you got in there? Yeah, that was the main one, wasn't it?
Is our Storm counter at 8?
I mean...
Yeah, Ball,
we've cast
Chaos
a lot
Emerald.
of those free artifacts, Molly. They're so much.
I love free things.
I think that maybe there should be more paying for things in the game of Magic the Gathering, but people play 7 Point to play powerful decks and powerful cards, and being free is a very popular form of power.
Where's the Torpor Orb when you need it?
I don't know. I mean, Matthew doesn't appear to need the Torpor Orb right now. He's showing us the other way to beat Thoracle, which is just, leave them behind in a cloud of dust. That's the Tendrils that we needed, and Justin, unfortunately, that wasn't the 7 that he needed. Maybe we're in a different universe if Matthew does not have that Inquisition, but the power of Magic is on his side, and he picks up game 1 of our grand finals.
Yeah. Look, with Matthew Judas on the play, that is somewhat the outcome that I was expecting, particularly after we saw that first Inquisition of Kozilek, pick up a Thassa's Oracle, and just demonstrate that Justin's hand was very uninteractive.
And that's just one of those tricky choices. It takes a brave man to throw back a hand that has that much of your combo in it.
Yeah.
But also, considering we were talking about how little relevant interaction Judas has, and granted, Justin could say Judas is sort of the beatdown in this matchup as the more faster, proactive combo deck. getting your Thoracle Inquisition is like one of the only best ways Matthew can interfere with Justin's deck. Maybe there's an argument for not keeping it in hand when it can so easily be tutored up on demand.
Yeah, there's not. What are we seeing here?
Defense grid from
Defense
the side.
grid, yep.
Did Matt? Okay, well, we're sideboarding.
I think Matthew's asking how this works. He did just call in a judge to ask a question.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that card came out of the deck and not the sideboard, but the judges will sort this out.
The judges will sort it out. It's
Anyway.
happened to the best of us, unfortunately.
Literally happened to me in the last tournament I played. Sometimes you side in a card that's not on your normal sideboard notes or mental list for that matchup, and so you go to D-sideboard, you go, taking out those 5 cards that I brought in, fantastic, and it's not until you see Defense Grid and you're like, that's, I don't think that's normally in my main deck game 1. Judge, can you come over here? But I...
Immediately calling a judge on yourself is the only correct way to
That's the correct way to
that.
handle. Exactly. The
Yep.
judges have, we won't go into details, but the judges have done a tremendous job this tournament, and everyone in the room has been pretty happy with the judgments handed out, I believe. We've been...
Judges always do a fantastic job.
Exactly.
They are the pillar of our community, the volunteers that keep Magic running at both a casual and competitive level.
So while that gets sorted out, we are in the sideboarding phase, and I'm interested to talk about what both players have coming in from the sideboard,
Yeah.
Molly. What is Justin probably bringing in to try and put some kind of speed bump in front of Judas?
Yeah, look, he is putting in every piece of interaction that he can, I imagine. Looking at it now, so Leyline of Sanctity does mean that... yeah, looking at Leyline of Sanctity, giving himself hexproof means that Tendrils can't be the win condition. Looking at... Oh, Veil of Summer does the same thing. So definitely both of those coming in. Grafdigger's Cage doesn't do the interaction with the graveyard for Yorkmoth's Will that we want it to, does it?
I think it says players can't cast spells from graveyards. So
Okay, so yeah, that works.
that is relevant. I think that's one of the cards that by force is for in the Storm deck, right? Like they kind of see it coming, but they see it coming because it's a threat. Players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries, so I actually don't know how that interacts with Beseech. I think it says you put the card in your hand first because it's the demonic tutor part of the card, but it is relevant. That is, and especially at 1.
Yeah,
That's coming in.
yeah, I would agree. What about in Matthew Judas's list? What do you think?
Well, that one's more interesting because I think we discussed it before. There's not really the same kind of like big, obvious, narrow haymaker cards, but what might be cool, and I don't know what Judas's plans are sideboard-wise, but we talked about how Justin has a lot of stack interaction and a lot of ways to fight the Storm combo. What you could do is bring in your sort of more fair game plan components that a lot of Storm decks have. For Judas, that's Chaos Defiler, which is an alternate Tinker target in the sideboard and not a colorless artifact, a funky little artifact creature from the Warhammer Precons. I believe it just does damage to players or it removes permanents. I get the two mixed up. There we go. It destroys permanents. So it's a way to remove your opponent's sideboard cards, which is a great pick. It also 5/4 trample and nothing to sniff at. You also have Corey Steelcutter, which standard players will know and fear, as well as Vivi or Nidier, another standard card of late. And those can come in and really mess with Justin. You might also bring an opposition agent. Justin has some tutoring effects in the deck that it hits, like the transmute cards. Other than that, I'm not really sure you have too much that's relevant, but that is already quite...
And, you know, you mentioned earlier how well crafted the Storm deck is. And what that means is that when everything is crafted super well, every card has a purpose, every card contributes to the combo in some way, it becomes harder and harder to sideboard cards in and out, right? To disrupt that well-oiled machine that you already have going in terms of this deck, just able to execute on its main plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just say this before I get called out for it. Judas also undoubtedly brings in Pyroblast here.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I don't know if Abrupt Decay and Molten Collapse are in. It depends how much you fear cards like Grafdigger's Cage, but the Pyroblast is just too versatile to leave behind.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that.
Had to correct myself there. Respect on the name of Pyroblast. That card does do so much in this format. It's the sideboard card of all time, really.
It's and I mean, there's a few different iterations of it, and we've seen so many of them so far this weekend, right?
Yeah. You can't quite justify it main deck, but there's a lot of blue in the room, and so it routinely is reached for as soon as sideboarding begins.
Both of our two top 8 decks, both of our two finals decks are blue.
Or at least a mixed blue. I think Judas is maybe a bit more black, but certainly the blue spells do matter. Like, I love Pyroblasting my opponent's Tinker. That feels pretty good.
Feels great. No, so I think a pretty easy sideboard plan for both of them. Both of these very experienced pilots of this deck, and also very experienced pilots of this deck in the circumstances that they're currently in, which is playing against other incredible players and facing down very well-known decks. There is literally no doubt that either of them in their practice games as they were preparing for this tournament didn't play against what their opponents are currently rocking.
There is the question of, depending on how wide your testing group is, if you can say you tested against a player who's as good on these decks, which is hard to find. But
That's very true.
In general, these are known quantities, these two decks. Everyone's familiar with what they're playing at any present time and with how they generally run. It would have been interesting to see if Maxwell had been able to scrape into the finals, because that deck is seemingly rather new, and there are players in the room who are like checking those cards. We saw Judas almost stumbled as a result of like Dawn's Truce out of the sideboard. Not something you see in all your testing, but
I personally desperately wanted Zerdita out. I was excited to see a brand new deck in the format appear multiple different times in multiple different iterations across this championship that we've seen so far. It was wonderful to see a Zerdita deck in the top 8, piloted by Maxwell, and I was rooting for it. I'm an underdog lover, I won't lie. So
Maxwell seems like a nice guy. I'm sure that players in the room will be asking, hey, that deck looks great. Like, what do you think about this? Do I need this card? Do I need this card? And given how well Zerdita did in multiple iterations around the room, I think this is only the beginning for the Zerdita Artifacts archetype, and maybe that's going to become a major player in 7-point Highlander meta going forward, Molly.
Yeah, and I mean, all of the lists for today's top 8 are available on 7ph.com.au, which is the 7-point Highlander website. It's where you can find the full points list and start your own brews at home, or you can get some insights into what was played and very successful today and yesterday at the 7-point Highlander National Championships.
You can also on the website find a link to the 7-point Discord, which where a lot of these top players do hang out and discuss their lines, discuss their deck building, so it's a great resource for anyone looking to get into the format. But these players are looking to get into Game 2, maybe our final game of the weekend, Molly. It's hard to believe.
Yeah, it's been an incredible weekend of Magic so far. We did see Matthew Judas just top deck his Yawgmoth's Will. Both players leading with a fetch. Justin leading with a fetch, but then not cracking it into any kind of hand disruption. So not choosing to interact on turn 1 with Matthew Judas, even though he was on the play. So maybe another more reactive hand from Justin, even though he does have the privilege of being on the play this game.
Which is really interesting. I haven't checked the odds recently, but I think he has 5 or 6 turn 1 discard effects. You could almost mulligan to 1 if you believe that was like the key step in your matchup. So Justin either having a lot of faith in his deck and rewarded as we surveil and see Dress on top. I think, is that consigned to memory enhance? That's another piece of interaction, as though Justin needed more stack interaction. And if there is an edge in this matchup, right? Judas and the Storm deck, they have the speed over the Thoracle deck, but Justin has the interaction for sure, and I'd even give him a slight edge despite what happened in Game 1. Let's see if he can even things up here.
I don't think that I would think that it would be worth it to mulligan to find that specific type of interaction. Not when the Storm deck is so good at digging for its own pieces. You know, the kind of interaction that you can successfully pull off in that case may not be as valuable as you'd want it to be when they can just refill their hands.
As always, it depends on like the other information. Like if I have a Force in my opener, as Justin did, maybe that sort of matches your need for turn 1 discard in the I don't want to die on turn 1 side of things.
Those are all real things, for sure.
Sure enough, Justin does not die on turn 1, survives, and gets to Duress to now know exactly what he's dealing with.
So we're looking at Pyroblast, Yawgmoth's Will,
Thundertrap Trainer, Knight's Whisper, the Squidward edition, Grim Monolith, and Brainstorm, and a fetch. So with Brainstorm and a fetch, these cards could be really any cards, but I think I'm relieved from Justin. That's a relatively inert hand for a Storm player.
And taking out that Yawgmoth's Will forces Matthew Judas to use less good versions of the graveyard recursion that does occur in his deck.
Yeah, anything you can do to complicate the Storm player's lines feels great here. I guess the other argument is you take Brainstorm or Knight's Whisper or something, like remove the draw spells, or maybe the Pyroblast if you want to open the way for counter magic. But I think Justin wins the stack battles anyway, and it's, you know, may as well cut the line and get rid of the spell you're going to have to counter anyway.
Yeah, when there's 2 refill hand options there in both Brainstorm and Night's Whisper. I wouldn't be picking up either of those.
No, I wouldn't really argue against that decision.
there could be an argument for the Pyroblast, but I think because Justin knows that he is the more interactive player, and he does have Pact of Negation and Force of Will, I think.
He has Pact of Negation and Consigned to Memory that I can see.
And a Brainstorm.
Yeah, looking pretty good right now. That's a good hand.
That's a good hand. I'd
and
be
it
very
can salt
happy
the
with
star
that
charts
hand.
as well, so multiple draw engines for both players, but I think Justin is favoured the longer the game goes on.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So both players are going to basically take a turn or two to exchange these cantrips and draw spells and otters in their hand for real spells that kill people.
One of the things to remember for the watchers on at home as well is when you're playing Control in 7-Point Highlander, this is a singleton format. You are not fighting the uphill battle against Control that you are in other formats where you've got 4 ofs. You know, you're not fighting down, you know, potentially 20 counter spells within a deck. You're not looking at things that are utility spells where they're not just counter spells. You know, they also might draw cards or other things that we saw, like the one out of Thunder Junction that has the multiple modalities in it.
Yeah, 2 steps ahead or
2 steps ahead. Yeah.
3 steps ahead, whatever it is.
So, you know, those kinds of cards, you are limited as a Control player to the number of counters that you can put in your deck, and generally they won't be doing much else, right? So Matthew Judas knows that if he can fight through 3 or 4 counters, he will still have an out.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see as well, like, how that changes the way that you prioritize that interaction. In Legacy, if you have 4 Force of Wills, maybe you're tempted to throw one out there as like tempo in some situations. Like, I'm just going to counter your spell to waste your mana for this turn. Can't really afford to do that with your precious 1 of Force of Will in this format. And so we've seen players like Justin be extremely patient and stoic, even when holding potential answers, because they know that those counter spells have to go and match up with very specific threats out of the opposing deck.
Yeah, you have limited resources. They are powerful resources, do not get me wrong, but they are limited.
And that's why it's such a win to see Duress take a really important resource out of Matthew's hand very early on in this game too.
Yeah. I was speaking with Jake after his match that we saw on coverage in the quarterfinals earlier, and he's like, may not have won, but I got to get rid of the Soul Ring both games, and that felt good.
I mean, it's a huge point in the favor of Mental Misstep. Single point card kills 2 point... is it 2 or 3 for Soul Ring?
3.
3 point card. That's incredible. 300% return.
Yeah, it's sitting at the same as the Moxen.
Yeah, that seems right. Duress, Matthew Judas strikes back with a hand attack spell of his own. Justin reluctantly does not reveal his hand. Yeah, brainstorm in response, the classic. Let me think about what cards I want you to see, actually.
Yeah, and the ability to put things back on top of his library allows him to safeguard several of those spells.
Like Demonic Consultation, perhaps?
Like Demonic Consultation.
And Tainted Pact, actually, both of them.
Oh, I imagine he's going to let Matthew Judas take one of those
yeah.
And put the Force and one of those 2 things back on top.
I was about to say, that would be a really cool line. I'm so interested. This is going to be a clinic here. What does Justin expose to the Duress, not only in terms of what Judas can discard, but what Judas gets to see?
That's exactly right. Yeah, I would not be letting him see my permission, and I would be letting him feel successful in having taken one component of my combo, but not the prime one, if possible.
Because you
could
could show him
my
like,
personal line.
You could show him like a consign, perhaps, and hide the other permissions so that he's playing around something but not all of it. There's a spell pierce as well there, I think, Molly. So Justin with the dealer's choice of counter magic, he's going to have to let some of it be known.
He's thinking about that consult the star charts and the ability to refill his hand.
Right, because that represents that could be several other cards. It could even be counter magic, Molly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or Authorical.
So we saw
That was the star charts going back. I think you were completely right, and we are going to show Judas. You can take either. Okay, we're going to counterspell.
We're actually just counterspelling it.
That's the other option.
That makes more sense.
I mean, look, Justin thought about it for a long time.
Yeah.
But in the end, I'd rather keep access to. I'd rather not let you choose, which is very respectful of a player of Judas's caliber. And I would also rather, I assume you're taking my permission anyway.
I want to keep that information.
I'm going to keep my information.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's also really cool he keeps the spell pierce. And I think that has to do with the sort of restrictions on Force of Negation.
Yeah, I agree. And he didn't spell pierce that Night's Whisper even when he could just then. Waiting for more pertinent targets.
Sneaky, sneaky Justin.
Oh, look, you can foil a Storm player going off by countering one of their initial rituals, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're vulnerable right at the start on mana, even though you would think, oh, they have 1,000,000 mana. Why would they care? No, no.
Yeah, they don't have 1,000,000 mana before they get going.
I mean, if they wait long enough, Judas will build up his lands, but he's only on 3 right now. So those margins are tight, especially if you also make him fight a stack battle on top of things. That's also taxing his available mana. And players are...
It's just a question from the
The
judge.
duress is being forced to negation countered, so it should be an exile, which the judge is pointing out, I believe.
Thank you, Head Judge Nathan Brewer.
Eagle Eye is there. I mean, understandable for the players in the midst of that very complicated...
Yeah, there were several spells and interactions happening all at once right there.
Justin had to think for a long time. Judas was waiting for a long time after you put the duress into play, and force of negation.
So one of the reasons that Justin put the star charts back on top was also that he then got to shuffle it away with his fetch. He wasn't interested in redrawing that.
That's fair enough. I mean, it represents a lot of cards, but Justin already found all of the cards that he needs.
Just wants to go off instead, which I respect. The ability to just choose to win the game is generally a better one.
He's flipping these cards over very slowly, but we know he has Pact and Consultation in hand, which makes a ton of sense. So if this is Pact for Thoracle in your end step, then we are very, very close to evening this matchup at 1-1. Chat also eagle-eyed, immediately catching the duress should be exiled. I mean, I feel like I see, that's one of the most common things that I think happens in matches where you go, oops, for both players, is, oh yeah, force of negation, or just asking, so which force was that again? Which one exiles? Yeah, no.
Yeah, and someone pointing out in chat, and entirely correct, that we can just end step Tainted Pact Oracle.
Judge finds Thoracle. I think that's like second to bottom in the library. Judas knows that that's time up on the game. So we see one game dominated by Storm, and one game where Justin's deck does the thing that it's meant to do. The superior permission and hand attack, really limiting Judas's ability to play the game, and then quickly closing it out. Justin, you could say he's a little bit fortunate to naturally find both Consultation and Pact there, but that's just what the deck's built to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And, chat pointing out that you can Pact for Oracle, untap Oracle, and then Consultation.
Yeah, that's the line.
If the Oracle is the second bottom card of your deck, you don't even need the third piece.
Sometimes it just lines up that neatly, but Justin went for that knowing it didn't matter where the Thoracle was.
Exactly correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're seeing here the power of being on the play in this matchup.
Absolutely.
The ability to be proactive in that game, the ability to have interaction on the right turn, and to have enough cards in hand to be interacting with that properly. Is really crucial in this matchup, and we're going to go to game 3 with Matthew Judas on the play.
Yeah. Exactly. Chat being like, that's insane that Justin had that luck to have the Thoracle second from the bottom, and the funniest part is it was completely irrelevant. He didn't even need that.
Yeah.
The luck goes to waste. Imagine now he goes for it with the, he's forced to try just the naked Pact for Thoracle, and it's not second from bottom.
Yeah.
That would be, the plot armor coming in at the wrong time. But no, I don't think Justin needs the plot armor. As we said, he actually has probably more interaction for Judas's deck than anyone else we've seen face Storm so far. And even on the draw, he has at least a fighter's chance, I think.
Absolutely. Look, saying any kind of lucky is better than good when you're talking about Justin Chung is discounting how incredibly good he is.
It's both for these players, for sure.
Yeah. And that's not to say anything about Matthew Judas, who has not only taken down several big events across Australia recently, but is an incredible caliber of player in his own right. Yeah. This is a matchup of titans for those tuning in, watching at home, and they did not coordinate their wardrobes in advance.
Yeah, I was going to say, they had to do a double take when they sat down. It's Justin on the same team. But no, they maroon a popular colour of sartorial choice for the weekend, and I'm supporting them.
Yeah, look.
It looks good. It flatters everybody.
I chose the wrong dress to wear yesterday. I was in maroon yesterday. We all could have matched together.
Wear more burgundy, chat. It looks good. it also apparently makes you great at Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to take notes for all my future tournaments to make sure that I dress appropriately.
So players shuffling up, really making sure that they shuffle here. You wouldn't want to mess anything up in this. The final game, one way or the other, Justin Chung did take out game 2 if you're just rejoining us. We haven't updated the overlay just yet, but that was a win for the Thoracle Pact deck. I think it's the first game we've seen Storm lose on coverage, which is pretty incredible for how packed this tournament is and how fearsome the top 8 is and how, Storm is not a deck people are unaware of. But Judas has taken all comers and handled them, and this appears to be his greatest challenge, appropriately as it should be, in the Grand Finals.
In the Grand Final. I completely agree, Tom. This Battle of Titans kicking right off. Scalding Tarn fetch.
Yep. Justin has also kept, and looking at, we're peering at the hand. He has a daze, so some sort of free interaction, but not on turn 1. How much can Judas do? I think we're just, regardless, going to be hand checking first. I think that seems to be the play pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. My favorite thing is Judas going to take 1 life, realizing he's not even in the 3rd game on his score pad, and writing down 20, but then forgetting to take the life. That's my favorite.
As long as the overlay
did
is
happen,
correct.
It did happen on the actual overlay where it matters, but that sounds like something I'd do.
These players have a lot to think about right now.
They do.
And it's one challenge to think about the match you're in. It's not going to be this close to the trophy after such a long weekend. You kind of, the personal narrative's already forming in your mind, and you've got to try and push that away and just play one more game like it's another game of Magic that doesn't matter.
I would be shaking in my boots were I in these gentlemen's seats right now, and you'd see my hands on coverage.
So we've got the Unearth there. That is Justin's answer to having your Thoracle discarded. Not that that's, something you want to have to play around, but we've got options here in hand. I think that's also a force of negation. So couldn't ask for much of a better start if you're being defensive about Storm on the play.
Yeah, I completely agree. Matthew Judas picking up his library, finding Tinker on the bottom and going, I'm glad I'm shuffling.
I mean, there's multiple ways to get that Tinker. You can besiege for it and things like that. But yeah, you'd rather just naturally draw into it. And, those top decks are very powerful. We saw them aid Justin in game 2. Saw them, I guess, aid Matthew in game 1. And now we're going for Ren's Resolve, Molly. Not one of the powerhouse cards of this Storm deck, but an important piece, a little cog in the machine. It's going to impulse draw 2, exile the top 2 cards, and until the end of your next turn, I believe, you may play them. So even lands, just basically a draw 2.
Yep, draw 2.
But they can't be
play off the
thought
top.
seized, critically.
That is true. Very much true. Where Justin is saying, hold on 1 minute, I'm going to crack my fetch, and we're going to find out if Justin is going to interact, which it looks like he might, because he did not secure a Surveil land.
Since you have Force of Negation in hand, this might be just a convenient target for Daze, or indeed Spell Pierce. Didn't see that one in the hand, and Justin being like, I'm going to slow down your resource accumulation.
Yep, we're seeing Metamorphose in hand for Matthew Judas, and some other things that are flicking right past me.
It doesn't look like a hand where Judas just has like all of the Storm pieces and is ready to go. And so Justin making that read that you are trying to build up a Storm hand. I mean, Ren's Resolve is not a card you cast by preference. And now we're going to confirm exactly what's in Judas's hand. And indeed, that's just cantrips. And Probe, Sink into Stupor, Metamorphose, and is it one? I've lost my words. Expressive Iteration. Thank you, deck list. Strixhaven, red, blue, cantrip, spell. Well, it's been a long weekend on commentary, folks.
I am in awe of your ability to remember so many card names, Tom. I am perpetually the card that does that thing that I can't remember what it's called. So, I salute you and your incredible efforts all the way across the whole weekend to keep us sounding like we know what we're talking about.
In a room full of Magic players, I am among the ones who know cards. It's the skill that pays the small bucks. But no, it's great. Absolute privilege to be here watching from this perfect, the best seat in the house for 2 incredible Magic players. We're all learning so much, I hope.
I certainly am.
As the players sort of exchange your go. And Matthew now has to consider he's in a tricky spot. Justin not pressuring just yet, but Matthew hasn't seen Justin's hand to know how dead he might be in a turn.
And he's drawing a land off the top, so we're most likely to see Probe about to happen.
Justin doesn't appear to have drawn any combo pieces just yet. Matthew, having no action, passes back.
Does.
You can cantrip at instant speed, it's fine.
Yep.
So this is the game, like people were sort of, combo mirror, is this going to be, much of a match? This is what I hope for. This is the chess match in the final game of the final match, Molly.
Yeah, if you could see what was happening in both of these players' brains right now, there would be cogs whirring.
It's so the maths whirring across the front of your mind type meme. These players doing 1,000 calculations a second, no doubt.
Yeah, we've talked a lot this weekend already about how complicated this format is, how complex it is, and how much to think about there is.
Ponder for Vault and no shuffle, leaving Muddle on top. That's Diabolic Vision. So we're going to get to see deeper than just those 3 and pick up a different card. Neat little line.
Yeah, and also meaning that he gets to shuffle away those 3 if they weren't what he was. Those 2 that he put back on top if they weren't what he was looking for.
Yeah.
Which we're presuming they weren't.
It seems like they were.
It looks like there's...
Stock Up, Muddle, Veil of Summer.
It's Demonic Consultation.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Now, do you want to put it to hand, or do you want to rearrange your library and leave it on top? It is your choice. Diabolic Vision, I guess this is like such a specific card.
Yeah.
And I guess this is exactly why. Because for a deck like this, one of the most important factors is where exactly these cards are. It lets you play around all sorts of interaction from your opponent.
Exactly. It's really about making sure that you're protecting your components while you've got them. And the top of your library is the safest the safest spot for anything that you desperately need in this current interaction in this matchup.
It's the cool part
It's not always true, but
Yeah.
in this one it is.
Yeah, absolutely. When your opponent's main interaction is 2 discard spells. It's like in Legacy, you just be on 4 Brainstorm, but since you only have 1 Brainstorm, Diabolic Vision, get in here. You get a Guernsey.
Here we go.
So Justin,
And we'll find out if that Diabolic Vision gets the player ring at the end of the championship.
That would be so
very
cool.
shortly.
Super Bowl ring for Diabolic Vision. That would be great. Little notch on all your cards, a little stamp like this card won Nationals. Pretty cool.
All of a sudden, Thought Lash is receiving points.
So yeah, I'm half serious. Point Thought Lash. Don't actually do that. Justin. So after all of that, Molly, after 3 points and 2 cards and 8 cards seen and all the rest, the result is Justin puts Muddle the Mixture into hand and leaves, I believe, Consultation on top of the deck. So
I believe so. And there we go. We see an Inquisition of Kozilek, which means that Justin was very smart.
Justin
in
gets
those
to
choices.
feel real smart right now. Doesn't have the mana to pay for the Brainstorm, but if he was worried about that, he would have sculpted his hand differently.
Yep.
Or forced this Inquisition.
Or force the Inquisition with the Brainstorm pitched. And he's not interested in doing that. He's actually presenting quite the conundrum to Matthew Judas. So, you know, does he take Muddle the Mixture, which we transmuted for Thassa? Or does he take the Force of Negation, which means that he'll be unable to interact with Justin's Thoracle combo when it occurs? And
I like taking the Force.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's the piece that says, no, you must sit and watch, is the one that you must take.
There's sort of no version of the game where that Force doesn't impact Matthew's chances to win.
Yep.
I mean, it is a little bit trickier to use as a defensive spell for Justin, but
And
he can cast his instance on Matthew's end step, and it's tough for Matthew, especially with the other interaction in hand, to, say, beat a 1-mana Consultation to win the game.
And knowing that it's there now means that Justin's days, while still powerful, you can play around it.
Yes, yes.
Justin playing stock up here, almost definitely digging for land. Not finding it. Finding a Veil of Summer, finding the Demonic Consultation that he put there.
I mean, he knew where most of these cards were. He just put them there with the Diabolic Vision, so I assume he kind of knows what he's taking.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Really interesting that with only 3 mana and mana seeming to be the main bottleneck and already having a lot of information, that leaving the stock up there was Justin's play, but he's the one who's practiced this deck and knows 1,000 lines. Let's see what he takes.
How was Justin casting Veil of Summer? I think there was a Misty Rainforest.
There's a Bayou, yeah.
And a Bayou,
There's some
yeah.
duels. But yeah, it's one of those ones like, hold on a second. I guess that's why we're not taking it to hand here. So stock up, clearing away some of those unnecessary cards. We'll make sure he picks up the Demonic Consultation. So now we can still transmute Muddle, and that happens at instant speed and is very tricky to counter. And here you're also insulated from your Thoracle getting discarded because the Unearth is known to Matthew.
Correct. So not a target that Matthew would choose.
We haven't seen Matthew's hand. He sort of plays it close to his chest in a few turns, it feels like. So Matthew hasn't really been doing a lot of cantripping and hand sculpting himself, but could be drawing in 2 important pieces while we watch Justin slowly assemble the Doomsday device. Methodically crawling towards you like a horror movie creature.
We're seeing a fetch cracked, a Surveil Land checked, and then left on top to be drawn by Matthew Judas for his turn.
So Judas building up mana in the fairest way possible, making 1 land drop every turn like the rest of us. And now this, the transform. I thought it might come in. I didn't want to say for sure that it did, but Matthew is confident. One of those sideboard alt-wing cons, Vivi or Nidier, comes in, and this is something that Justin has to think about that previously he did not. Little wrinkle in the matchup.
Yeah, little wrinkle between Justin's eyebrows there of, oh, interesting.
People tend to sideboard out their creature removal against Storm, and you can't really blame them, but now you have to worry about this creature, which can do a hell of a lot, as I think standard players well know.
I completely agree. And for the most part, you're dying to Tendrils of Agony, but sometimes you die to 23 dragons.
Yep, or this wizard. Slapped around. You can cast a lot of it doesn't say Storm on it, but if you read the card, I think the synergy with the deck is quite clear.
Very clear, yes.
At the same time, it takes a while to become lethal. Justin's still very healthy, has not, you know, fetched into shocks or done other things, hasn't cast Limdal's Vault for his whole library this game, and he'll be grateful that he hasn't at this point.
It's very easy to get VV very large and very pingy when you're playing so many zero-cost things.
I glimpsed a Sink into Stupor into Matthew's hand, but he doesn't have the points for a Force of Will. He doesn't play Pact of Negation. And Justin knows this, so if Justin can assemble the Thoracle combo here, the lines for Matthew seem to be pretty limited right now. Vivi, of course, is a mana source, and will mana Morphos right now. So maybe a way to convert Vivi's mana to black. I'm not sure if Matthew can go for it here, but he's doing something.
Yeah, and we've got a Storm count at 5. That can't be right. 1, 2, 3.
Maybe we're just moving some dice or checking the mana available. Could also be going to blue mana for Sync, but Chromatic Sphere, so another mana filterer and cantrip.
Well,
Triggers.
we don't seem to be counting Storm though, so...
No. We're going to, I mean, it's just convenient. You don't just track it when you're going for it, because who knows what you draw into.
But you should be tracking it at all times if you're playing Storm.
Yes, that's what I am agreeing with.
Yeah.
Matthew really trying to think what he can possibly do this turn to complicate Justin's outlook on the game, as Justin appears to have so far been maneuvering himself into a winning spot with little in his path. The trophy is just about in his grasp.
Tracking for a fetch, going to 14.
I mean, Vivi's already pretty big, so at least there's some pressure, but Justin now, what can he do?
Nope, we've said it before, we'll say it again. Justin's life does not matter unless it is 0. As long as he has life,
Surveil land.
it's valuable.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that there's a demonic consultation in his hand. We know that he's still got his transmute capability for his Thassa. How much mana are we racking up at this point?
If he untaps and plays a land, he can transmute for 2 mana, Thoracle for 2 mana, consultation for 1 mana.
Yep.
We've seen him need more than that in the past, but that was when some of his combo pieces were unfortunately exiled or otherwise unavailable. This time, he can go for the nuts.
And the Consign into Memory that is in Matthew Judas' hand.
Is it?
I thought it was. Sorry, I thought you said you saw it.
Oh, no. I thought that was in Justin's hand. I might have been mistaken, but I don't think Judas is on. That's what I was saying. I don't think Judas is on any stifle effects. Unless it's in the main board somewhere or I haven't seen it.
Sink into Stupor, sorry, my
Sink
apologies.
into Stupor, yeah, which unfortunately is not the card you need in this spot.
No.
I mean, Judas, I think, is being pretty open. Again, both players have seen each other's deck list, so Judas is not trying to like represent any cards he doesn't have or ruse especially a player of Justin's caliber. He sits there stoically. If he gets another turn, he says, I'll get you. But he might not.
Oh, untapped land from Justin Chung.
Yeah, looking pretty good.
Okay.
What are we doing?
3 mana.
Is
Muddle the
sorry, is
mixture.
Muddle 3
I thought
to
it was transmute to 3.
My apologies. I've been looking at it wrong the whole weekend, so maybe we don't actually have it. But we can set it up.
There's Thassa's Oracle.
Once again,
right
chat
at the
gets to
bottom.
feel smart for knowing the full text of all-time staple Muddle the Mixture. Transmute is sorcery speed. Oh, of course. Yeah, well, sorcery speed and 3 mana, so it shows our familiarity with these important commons.
Oh, I did know that transmute only happened at sorcery speed, but
Yes.
I did think that, yeah.
Justin
That's
has
right.
been
We've
tutoring at instant speed for a lot of these turns, but in this case, there's no pressure on him to do so. Matthew, I mean, it would take a lot to make Vivi even a 2-turn clock here.
It's we've got a Dark Ritual, and that's Sink into Stupor, and
Yeah, which...
something that looks like it might be a land, but
something blue?
can't land?
Yeah, I think that might be... Yeah, I can't really see what the card is at that angle, unfortunately. But yeah, Matthew, I mean, he's thinking about it.
It is the downside of all of these incredibly beautiful cards with alternate arts and generally foiled that occur in 7-point Highlander decks. Sometimes they're hard to see.
Might just be a full art land. Judas goes in. Vivi eating
in for
away
4.
at Justin's remaining life, but committing an attack for 4. Justin must silently be nodding to himself, just like, that's all right. Brainstorm. The blue spell that has done so much for so many decks and players over the years now works its magic for Justin. He can sculpt his hand, the top of his deck, anything he wants, basically.
Turns out that card is still very good. Grim Monolith, I think?
Unearth.
No. Hold on. Unearth, yeah.
We don't need... Maybe Justin's really... I mean, you don't want to mess this up.
Yep, one back on top.
Days on top. Unearth
Two back on top.
The most situational cards that have been in his hand the whole game, kind of rotting. Don't need them right now. Redraw one of them.
You really don't want the days in this instance? Just
I guess, I mean, Matthew has not been trying to force anything through, right? He has a ton of lands and VV and Lion's Eye. I mean,
Thoughtseize.
I'm not saying the days is irrelevant. Justin has to put something back.
Yeah.
He's got Thoughtseize and Dread Fugue and Thoracle and Unearth.
And his Demonic Consultation. So
Absolutely
he's got everything
loaded.
he needs to win this game right now. And Thoughtseizing Matthew Judas's hand.
But not a flicker of change in Justin's expression. He's the Iron Man here. Just not... He is playing until the playing is done. And he plays with very few mistakes. He presents Thoracle Consultation. What do you have?
Matthew Judas says, play it out, please.
Could you please cast them one at a time, sir?
Yeah.
For me, for the sake of the rules. Let's see it.
And we appreciate it. We're here on stream.
Absolutely.
We are at the finals of Nationals right now. We would like to make sure that...
Demonic Consultation for something.
And Matthew Judas, very rightly, is making sure that his opponent knows how his own combo works and that he can enact it.
Show me that you don't have card name Abandon Hope in your library.
Yeah.
Justin's like, all right. If he did, that would be something more concerning than just the combo fizzling, because his deck list is known and the card's not in it. But why not enjoy a few extra seconds here of the 7-Point National Championships, Molly? It's been an incredible weekend with some amazing decks, and both players are having just as much fun as we are. Judas just having a laugh to himself, even as he watches those library cards tick away, which in a roundabout ways is going to lead to his demise as this crafty little merfolk hits the stack. And that's it, the handshake's extended. You can hear the applause from here, everyone. What an amazing grand finals.
We have a 4-time national champion for 7-Point Highlander, Justin Chung.
What a... There are no words, Molly. What an achievement. And to come back years after he did it, like, it's one thing to say 3-time champion, but it's not a fait accompli, right? He has not won the last 3 years either, so this is a bit of a comeback for someone of Justin's caliber, and he has made it look easy all weekend.
29, 20, and 2021, and here he is again in 2026, bringing it home for the 4th time. There is no such thing as a fait accompli. Justin is an incredible player, but you are turning up with a deck and you are playing Magic against so many other people. Variance is real. We are playing a 60-card singleton format, and Justin has proved again and again and again and again why he is the Australian national champion. It has been an incredible journey to watch him play across multiple rounds of Swiss into the top 8, coming in as the 4th seed, so not even necessarily favoured, and then winning out all the way through the top 8 to take down the championship.
Beating Storm on the draw after losing game 1 is really that's an effort for anybody, and what a fitting finish. He's well and truly earned his 4th spot on the trophy.
It has been an absolute nail-biter, and he will get to take home the very cute personal trophy that will have his name engraved on it. And as you said, Tom, will go home and have his name engraved for the 4th time onto the Perpetual Trophy.
He also walks home with a Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. Matthew Judas, of course, our graceful 2nd place winner, will acquire a Gaia's Cradle. The rest of the players also receive prizes, and really everyone will be fading them for at least the next couple of months, right? Like, this is a massive landmark event for this beloved Highlander format, and I think everyone who came here this weekend, from the sound of the crowd here, is going home happy.
Yeah, look, thank you so much for joining us live on stream or watching this video later in posterity. It has been an incredible privilege to walk you through the 7-Point Highlander National Championships for 2026. I've been Molly Rowe.
I've been Thomas Anderson.
Thank you so much for joining us.